Morning, boys. What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? This is the last one for the week. The last live of the week. We do 5 or 6 in a row, and then I'm gonna kill it for a couple of days. Good to see you, Bull. Good to see you, Ryan. Good to see you. Good God Almighty. What's going on there, Bert? Bert. Fucking Bert. I'm off to a rip-roaring start this morning, man. Brown chicken, damn good to see you. How the fuck you doing, James? Long time no talk, man. No tongue. Hopefully, brother, you're just relaxing, taking it easy, keeping your ass out of the fire. Rudy, always a pleasure. Good to see you. Always good to see you. Where the fuck did I do with it? There it is. Oh, we're doing well, dude. I don't know if you know yet, James. I don't know if you know or not, but I moved. I was in Ontario. I moved from Ontario. I'm out in Alberta now. I'm living out in Alberta. So I've got this thing going that every morning I come out in the morning, and I live out in Strathmore, just about 45 miles east of Calgary. And every morning I come out and we watch the sunrise. I'm a little late this morning. Usually I catch the sun as it's coming up over the horizon, and we sit here and we watch the sun come up and do a little chit chat, and then I'll turn the camera around, and then the real bullshitting starts. Good morning, Bog-Eyed. Good to see you. How's my girl doing this morning? You taking care of her? No, yeah, I'll be trucking. The trucks. The company I was with doesn't do Western Canada and Western U.S., but I'll be. I'm hooked up now with another company up here, making the move. So I took some time off. I took about 4 weeks off just to get settled and relax and get my head right and get a bunch of other shit together and take care of some personal things. And now it's time to go back to work. So the truck's getting done right now to move over to the new company. You know the bullshit it takes: plates, decals, fucking insurance, all that bullshit. So gonna be running up the northwest here. I'm gonna be out I'll be doing the Canadian provinces of Saskatchewan, Alberta, and BC, and then I'll be doing North, South Dakota, Montana, Wyoming, Oregon. That area up there, up the northwest of northwest U.S., Washington State, that kind of shit. So might be down another 2 yourself. That sucks, man. That sucks. It's one thing if you're down and you're down because you want to be down or because you're doing it yourself, but it's another when you're sitting there watching the clock tick and watching the dollars come out of the bank account and the wheels ain't fucking turning. That's rough. Believe me, I've been there. We're cleaning the shit house again. Well, don't get too into it, eh? Yeah. TJ's here every morning. He gives us his morning breakfast report, and he hangs out with us. Everything from banana hammocks, live feeds cover banana hammocks, cars, anything you want, anything we talk about, dude. And we thought right up, it's James. It's right up your fucking alley because we talk about a lot of bullshit and we talk about cars and trucks and women we said we've had what we haven't and places we've been that we haven't been and just typical fucking right up our alley bullshit. TJ fits right in. We all fit right in. Car wash guy Ryan, he fits right in. Any word from Camille? No, I've not heard from Camille. I'll send him an email. If he's not in here today, then I'll drop him a line. Best, you still got the same phone number? My number has changed. I think, well, I don't know if I sent it to you. My number's changed. I've got an Alberta phone number now. But if your number's changed, I'll give you a shout this afternoon. Just do a little catching up and bullshitting. Right on, man. Right on. If you got nothing going on this afternoon, I'll give you a shout. I got to go to I got an appointment at 1 o'clock. I'm finally getting the fucking teeth put in. So they're doing all the molds and all the bullshit for the denture and all that kind of shit. So I got to go in today for a fitting. So that'll be exciting. I should have the new teeth in about a week and a bit, 10 days or whatever, fucking something like that. So that'll be nice. First thing I'm gonna do is fucking eat corn on the cob. First thing, I don't give a fuck where I have to go to get it. First thing I'm doing. Another tariff-free sunrise. Yes, brought to you today by Wheelburner Express. You are welcome, cheap freight hauler. You are welcome. Tennessee TV, good to see you this morning, bright and early. You got up early this morning, did you? Wow, it's only 7:20 after 7 for me. Yeah, old Trumpy Trump. He can't tariff the sunrises. Tried to tariff everything out. 8:20 for you? All right, brother. Damn good to see you. Yeah, I just seen an article of something about Pakistan and India are squabbling. I wish countries would stop fighting and killing people. Are sick of it. You know what? I'll be honest with you, Bull. It's one of those things that when I see the headline anymore, I don't even read them anymore. Right? Like you said, people are just tired of fucking hearing. Nobody wants anybody to die, obviously, but for fuck's sakes, like enough is enough. And it's to the point in the world today that nobody's paying attention anymore. It's almost like it's normal, right? We're numb to it now. This country's fighting this country. Oh, this country just sent troops to that country, and this country's squabbling with that. For fuck's sakes. It's so much so often that nobody fucking pays attention no more. We're numb. I don't know about you, but I'm just numb to it. I really am. Appreciate that, brown chicken. Do me a favor, everybody, hit that like button. Tennessee, hit the like button. Just give it a little poke. What you poke it with is entirely up to you, but whatever you do, clean it up when you're done. Oh. Damn, it don't get no better than this. Don't get no better than this. This is what, day 5 with beautiful weather. We're supposed to be, well, right now we're at about 9 degrees Celsius. You figure out the Fahrenheit. But 9 is okay. I'm wearing shorts and a hoodie. And we're going up to about 25 or 26 today, what I think is about the mid 70s. It's comfortable. The Bible said it would happen, the end of days. Well, that's if you read the Bible, and if you do, fine. But it's not on my list of bestsellers to read, so. For 20 years. We went through it for 20 years. The way it was left, the worst. We got no shit. No shit. It'd be nice if we could just leave the world in a better place than we fucking found it. That ain't gonna happen. Doesn't sound like it. There you go, Praetorian. I'll agree with that. I'll agree with that. Needs a little bit, and the world could do with a little bit of, excuse me, a little bit more. I'm trying to get coffee. I'm trying to drink coffee, smoke a cigarette, and fucking talk at the same time. I ain't working it off. A little bit more. Bill Withers. You got it. Love Bug, how you doing? Somebody say I'm pissing him off. Pierre Charbier. Pierre Charbier, I'm pissing you off. Wow. This early in the morning? Fuck, that's pretty good, man. I've only been live for about 11 minutes. I've already pissed off Pierre. Mind you, it's almost almost impossible these days to find a happy Frenchman. You know, and all you've got in life is fucking poutine and strippers. Do you feel that your need grows more as you grow older in life? No. Love Bug, absolutely not. I'm finding that as I get older, I'm needing more or less and less things in life. I don't need the world's approval. I don't need a pat on the back. I don't need, I don't need bullshit. What I do need is I need good friends. I need good family. I've got a good woman. The things that I do need, I've already got. So I don't need. I'm not on a life's mission to seek all of the things that I need, or even the things that I want. I learned that lesson a long time ago as well. I wish I could be numb, but I have 3 fighting-age sons. One already served, one never served, and one currently serving and currently deployed. Well, TJ, you're on a different level and a different plane than the rest of us. But when you're in a situation like that, of course. I myself, I don't have any children that have served, or I've never been in your position. So I certainly, I can understand what you're saying, but I can't relate to the feelings that you're feeling, man. But I can certainly respect, yourself and your boys and your family. And, just make sure your boys know that you're grateful for their service, Smoke a blunt and enjoy the view, man. I would. Mr. Valdez, I am. Well, I'm not smoking the blunt, but I'm enjoying the view. Skynet, we're not smoking stogies. We're off the stogies for a bit. They're sitting in the humidor at home, but for the time being, we're off the stogies for another reason. But we'll be back at it. Susie said she is listening, and you are a very humble man. Well, man, I have her fooled, don't I? The French are always pissed off. I have yet to see a Frenchman that has gone through a single fucking hour of the day that hasn't complained about something. But the fact that they're a Frenchman is just enough of a reason to complain, Thanks for sharing your thoughts. Love Bug, not a problem. You asked, I'll share. What if you chloroformed me and stole my kidneys? Well, you don't want to. Well, my kidneys would be a good ones to steal. I'll tell you that right now. Now, if you want to chloroform me, go ahead and take a swing at that. See how that. Let me know how that works out for you. But you want my kidneys? My kidneys are in fine form. There hasn't been a drop of booze run through my kidneys in 32 years. Are you kidding? I piss glacier water. So my kidneys are in fine. Kidneys, bladder, all that kind of stuff's in fine form. The only thing about the bladder I'm finding is as I'm getting older, it's that, you go have a piss before you go to bed at night, and then, midnight hits and you're up again having another. What the hell's going on here? I'm in the fucking bathroom peeing more than I'm fucking, awake half the time. James, your kidneys are bulletproof. Your kidneys, I'm pretty sure, James, that when you die, they're going to cut you open or cut you in half, and they're going to find the cure to every known fucking disease on earth. With the amount of liquor I've seen you fucking consume, like in say a 10-hour stretch, it's amazing your kidneys even talk to you. But the fact that they're still working is proof that they're bulletproof. Jimmy, no problem, man. Come on back every morning. We do this every morning. We sit here and just watch the sunrise. Here, let me just fix that for you. That's advancement, eh? What do you think of that live show, eh? I've got the mount stuck to my driver's side mirror, so I can move the camera without touching it. Pittsboro, Mississippi. Thanks for the live, man. Come on back anytime. Every morning we do this. Usually I'm a little earlier in the morning. We catch the sun as it's coming up over the horizon. Now that's gorgeous. But what you're looking at here is just a plain, simple Alberta, Canada sunrise. We're looking due east. And it just does not get any better than this in the morning, man. If you can start your day off, a little loving in the morning, then you get your coffee in the morning, then you get out and watch a sunrise in the morning. You tell me if there's a better way to start their day. Yeah, I'm getting fancy, Tennessee, right? Getting fancy. Only the best for my group here, right? Morning, Stephanie. We never did get any chicken hawk yesterday, Steph. I don't know what happened to him. I meant to reach out to him, but I'll give him this. He's a busy cat. He really is. That cowboy's always moving. He's always got something to do. On his days off, it's a different story. But when the engine of that truck is running, let me tell you, that's a busy man. So, Amshy, good to see you, man. How the hell you doing? Cosman, good to see you. You started yesterday the same. I know yesterday couldn't. Well, when you're having trouble getting out of bed, it's one of those things. It's like, oh, get out of bed, stop doing what I'm doing in bed, and get up, or go do a live show. Sorry, guys, but sometimes you just take a back seat. I'm like, honest taxpayer. Am I going to work? Of course I'm going to work. Of course I'm going to work. I'm just the truck is on with a new company now, and I'm just waiting for all the bullshit that incurs when you move your truck. It's not a quick process. At least in Canada, it's not. It's not a quick process when you move your truck from one company to another. Usually, it entails a couple of weeks of you got to go, and the truck has to get their inspection. The truck then it's got to get deckled or decaled, and then the insurance and the plates and all the shit that goes with it. It's not a fast process. I don't know how it is in the U.S., but in Canada, you're looking at anywhere for 10 days to 2 weeks. So, where is this, Thomas? We are sitting in Alberta, Canada, man. I live in the town of Strathmore, and I'm sitting right on the outskirts of town. Right? There's nothing else past what you're looking at there. If you keep walking there, the next stop is Saskatchewan. There's nothing out there but cattle and oil pumps. Oh, of course, James. Yeah, I'll be running again. Like I said, I'll be running Montana, North, South Dakota, Montana, Oregon, Washington State, Wyoming, running the Northwest, and the three Canadian provinces: Saskatchewan, Alberta, and British Columbia. So there's no money in it, James, for me to run Canada only. First of all, there's too many trucks and just not enough freight. So, unless I had dedicated freight running, say, from Calgary, Alberta to Winnipeg, Manitoba, and it was my freight, it was customer freight, then that'd be a different story. And right now, that's impossible, absolutely impossible to do up here. So the only way to make any kind of money up here for us is we have no choice, but we have to run the U.S. We have to come down to the States. And a good portion of the time, we take Canadian freight down to the U.S., and basically we'll make a couple of pennies on that load, and then we make our money on the freight coming back, because freight coming out of the U.S. back up into Canada pays relatively well. So we don't make a whole lot of our money going down, but we do make it back coming back up. What's going on, Tyke? Damn good to see you. I'm driving into London, so just be listening today. Well, that's good. You take a day off. You were busy yesterday. Bison trailer attached to Blue Lightning, Brian. You know what? Bison is one of the largest companies, one of the biggest trucking companies in Canada, and they have, I don't know how many now. They went out on a buying spree over the last 4 or 5 years, Bull, and they bought up a bunch of companies. So it's not surprising if you see companies like Bison, and you'll see one Bison trailer, and then you'll see another name on it. Same with Transex up here. Transex, I think, is the second largest trucking company up here right now. TFI, Transforce, is the biggest. They own everything. The government up here put a stop to them buying companies because they were just buying so many. They were monopolizing, so they stopped the monopoly. And TFI went, all right, fuck you. And they turned around and now they're down buying up all the U.S. companies. So don't be surprised if one day you look at your pay statement and you'll see a TFI, that little swish that they have. You'll see that. They're buying up everything in the U.S. they can. Amshu's from India. Good to see you, man. Am I going to do the lives when I start trucking again? Of course I am. Stephanie, of course I am. We're going to try to, depending on the company and the policies, I really, really enjoy doing those driving lives. We're going to see if we can get back into that. Absolutely, 100%. But even if we don't do that, even if we don't do the driving lives, yeah, we're still going to be going live as much as possible. The channel's growing. I think this morning we started yesterday morning. I needed 2 subs. I had 12,998 subs to make it to 12,100. And when we ended the stream yesterday, I needed 4 subs. I'm going, what the hell happened? We went backwards. We lost 2 yesterday. So we need 4 subs today to get over the 12,100 mark. If I lose another 4, that'll be impressive. But good morning, Greg. Pleasure as always. Hope you've got your coffee and your smokable this morning. Hopefully Sudbury's done with the rain. You guys got some sunshine. There's another busy man. Good to see you, Tolga. Good to see you, man. Thanks for being here. Excuse me, I'm going to grab a mouthful of coffee. You guys talk amongst yourselves for a minute or two. Oh, son of a bitch, that's good. Danielle, it's great to see you as well. Thank you so much for coming back and hanging out with us on this beautiful fucking, what is it, Wednesday morning. Today's gonna be the last one. Like I said, we've done 5, I think 5 or 6 in a row. So my girl's at the end of her hitch on her work schedule. So she works 7 days on and then 7 days off. So she's at the end of, this is her last day. So as you guys know, on her last day, I do my last live, and then I'll take a couple of days off, and I want to spend them with her, obviously, right? So we'll give the lives a couple of days break. What's Wednesday? So we'll probably take Thursday, Friday, Saturday off. We'll do a Sunday morning live if we can. I might run a load here for a buddy in the next couple of days. Cattle is moving from East Oregon to Points West. Short runs of 130 miles. We'll see. He called me yesterday morning. You know what, Bull? Keep your hand in it, man. It's good to do that. Get out once in a while. I think even once I'm retired, I'll probably still. I'll always keep my class 1. I don't think I'll ever let that go. Just so I can keep my hand in it, just so I can, fart around, just do something like what you're doing. That'd be cool. Good morning, Frosty. Damn good to see you again, my man. Damn good to see you. How the hell you doing this morning? Hopefully you're warm. So, is that Saranch? Did I say that right? Saranch. I probably fucked that up beyond all recognition, man. Sorry about that, but you're from India? Well, Saranch, welcome from India. Come on in, sit down, relax, take a load off. If you got nothing to do for the next little while, sit around, have a little chit-chat. It's not a bad deal. It's not a bad deal at all, Tennessee, but she works 13-hour days. Right, so she'll work 7 straight, 13 hours a day, and then she gets the 7 off. when you work in the oil business out here, the work never stops. Like the business out here, the oil patch out here runs, 24/7, 365. It never ever stops. So, they work weird schedules, they work weird hours, but they're paid well. I'll give anybody out in the oil patch or anybody that works in the oil industry in Alberta, they make a very good wage. That's like a vacation every other week. Yeah, but let me tell you something, man. She's earned it. Excuse me. She's fucking earned it. On the, like, when she's done her day today, tomorrow is her first day off, and she's a write-off. And, like, basically it's like, you know what? Sit around the house, watch the TV, look at your phone, she's burnt out. Her brain is like pudding. She's just worked 7 days at 13 hours straight. She's had enough. I wouldn't unload or load any of the cattle, strictly haul. Oh, dude, I won't do that. I could have got into that out here. Cattle hauling out here it pays very, very well out here in Alberta. And I can still do it. There's you can throw a rock in any direction out here and find a hauling company. And they will. I spoke to them. The reason I know this is I spoke to a couple of them, inquired, and I didn't know what was entailed in the job. Right? I started asking. Well, I saw the rates and I saw what they were making, and they were home every second day type deal like that. And I was thinking, this sounds pretty goddamn good. Until I realized what the job entails when you have to load, unload, and you got to water them, and you got to this and that, and cleaning the trailer out. Now, cleaning the trailer out, that's not that big deal, but you got to climb around inside that goddamn trailer on your hands and knees, and that did not exactly tickle my fancy. At this stage in my career, I'm not willing to put myself through that. The rates are good, the money's good, but am I ready to do that? No, I don't think so. You can call me Sarah for convenience, though I'm a boy. All right, Sarah, we appreciate that, man. Goofiest goober. Yeah, we are. Well, right now we're looking out in the middle of nowhere. Nothing out there but cattle and oil pumps, baby. Might go to work with Tyke when the doctor lets me. God help us all. Yeah, the two of you. Hopefully not in the same truck. What state? Sarah, I'm in Canada. I'm in Canada. I'm not in the U.S. I'm in Canada. I'm in Alberta, Canada. Yeah, I like to listen to your voice. I'm from Taiwan. It's 9:37 p.m. Wow, 9:37 p.m. You guys are way ahead of us. SFH, damn good to see you, man. Damn good to see you. Appreciate seeing you again. Tyrannus, I can't say the same, but you can sit down and sit in the corner over there and do your usual thing. It's just manure. No, the smell. Holy fuck. Remember I was telling you, was it yesterday? I guess they must have fertilized yesterday, this end of town. Holy crap, man. Fucking close your windows in your house. This pays $1 a mile hub, easy money. Well, go get it then, bull. Go get it. Be nicer if you could get that $1 a mile cash in your pocket, though, wouldn't it? Oh, yeah, that's some tough work. They make pretty good money here, too. Texas does. Can't speak for every other state on oil. Well, Alberta is our main oil producing province, right? We got it all out here. We got all the oil. That's a lie. We don't have all of it. We have a lot of our oil is offshore on the east and west coast, and I think Ontario pumps a little here and there, and a couple other provinces. But for the most part, Alberta is all the oil and gas out here, so it pays. It does pay well. What's your name? My name is Brian, man. Nice to meet you. Morning, David. Good to see you, man. There's literally sunny outside, and I thought Canada is cold. That's a preconceived idea that everybody automatically assumes that Canada is, in June there's snow on the ground, and that I live in an igloo, and I have to take my pet penguin for a walk, and we club baby seals for food up here. But no, my summers here are just the same as summers anywhere else in North America. We get the 4 seasons: spring, summer, fall, and winter. Just that our winters are a little harder than a lot of other places. That's all. But in summertime up here, man, it's beautiful, absolutely beautiful up here. Yeah, we get end of May, like right about, well, not end of May, because even today's going to be 25. So what's that? Mid 70s. So let's say we get the half of May, June, July, August, and September. So, we get 5 months of good summer. And then we get October, November, it does the cool off. Even into December, we'll start getting our snow. We only really get January, February, and March of bad weather up here, right? Bad weather up here is just January, February, March. And when I say it's cold, that's when you guys go, oh yeah, you don't want to go to Canada, because no, you don't. February is our worst month up here. Nobody wants to live here in February. Even I don't want to live here in February. What are we looking at? Dude, we're looking at a sunrise, Haley. We're looking at a sunrise. We're watching a beautiful Alberta sunrise. Just watching the sun. Usually we catch it as the sun's coming over the horizon. You're a little bit late here this morning, but that's okay. You're forgiven. No, don't mention clubbing seals with James Best in the chat. No, that's not a good idea. He'll be at my front door with his club. It's Scotland people think they all wear dresses and they're haggies for a walk. Well, don't you? Don't you? I thought in Scotland the men and the women wear the dresses. Maybe I'm mistaken. I don't know. I've never been to Scotland. I just drink the Iron Brew. Have Canadians got their folding pocket knives from their daddy, from daddy yet? No. I don't have mine anymore. It's gone. Fucking Tyrannus. When I lived the difference between living in Ontario and living in Alberta is well, there's obviously cultural differences, but in weather, the biggest difference in weather is out here I have no humidity. So if it's, let's say in Fahrenheit, so if it's 85 degrees Fahrenheit, it's 85. It's not 85 feels like 102. It's 85. There's no humidity. In Ontario, or even once you little parts of Manitoba, once you get that far east, and out on the East Coast, it could be 85 degrees, but it'd be 100 degrees with the humidity. It's gross. We don't have that out here. There's zero humidity out here, which is also nice in the winter time because you don't get those damp, cold mornings. You get crisp cold, which is a lot easier to deal with. Canadians lost their pocket knives in an unfortunate accident. It was the same accident where I lost all my firearms, Tyrannus. Same accident. What are the odds of that, eh? Say something in French. Are you out of your fucking mind? I don't speak French. I can go to Quebec, the province of Quebec, and I can get by, right? I can say hello, how are you? I can ask certain questions, this and that, but I can't speak French fluently. I can understand it better than I can speak it. If somebody's saying something to me in French, I'll pick off, or at least I'll get the idea of what they're trying to communicate and say to me. But to speak it, oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. And the only French you need to know, or the only French you need to have when you go to Quebec is money. That's the only language that you need to know. It's the same language in both. It's the same dialect in both languages, is money. A French woman knows what a $50 bill looks like as well as an English woman. Well, let me tell you. Like I said, I'm from Ontario. I'm from the East Coast, or I'm originally my heritage is off the East Coast of Nova Scotia, and I was born and raised in Ontario. So I've had 50 plus summers of fucking humidity. Let me tell you. You know, you walk out the door and you know your ball sack starts sweating before you get to your car. Do you think there's any money in smuggling pocket knives into Canada asking for a friend? You know what? Drop me a line and we'll hook something up. If that's something you want to do and we can make $1 at it, I'll take a swing at that, Tyrannus. Tell your friend. No Canadian pew-pews unless buried under dirt. Thrown in a hay bale or is connected to a black powder single shot. Well, no, we've still, it's one of those cases, Bull. Are we supposed to have them? No. Does that mean we don't have them? Come on. Come on. You know, in Canada with the weapons, with the laws when they changed, because all of our weapons, much like yours in the States, are like they got to be registered, so they know what they know what you've got. But what about all those guys, you know, that had, you know, guns that were passed on to them from their grandfathers or from their fathers or from, you know, or anything like that are not registered? Like, believe me, there's still a lot of weapons in the private sector hand up here. And I don't mean, you know, ball and, you know, muskets and powder and fucking, I'm talking like regular, like you would see anywhere else. The funny thing is, they'll let you have large fixed blade belt knives, just not locking folders. Is it the most backward ass thing, right? The things they'll let you have that probably they shouldn't, you're welcome to walk around with. I can walk around up here right now with a fucking with a 14-inch blade in a sheath on my belt, right? But I can't have a firearm. Another couple of weeks and it'll be that way here too. I hope not. Well, you know what? Tennessee, up here, it's not hard. Now, in Alberta here, where I am, it would probably take me a little bit longer. But when I was back in Ontario, like when I was at home and living in Ontario, um, I could pick up a weapon. I could find a weapon anywhere, you know, anywhere I wanted. It wasn't hard to acquire anything that you wanted. Legal, illegal, auto, full auto, semi, whatever you wanted, you can get it. Out here, I don't have those kind of connections, obviously, because I just don't know as many people out here. But back home, it was not a problem at all. But it is getting to the point now. It's hard. It's almost harder to afford food. If the government was smart, they'd fucking lower the price of food and let us have our guns. At the rate it's going right now, they're gonna have a problem with the guns because people are gonna be out fucking robbing people for food. You can't afford it. You can't afford to eat. People got to eat, man. People get desperate. Well, Tyrannus, it's a lot. It's like that in a lot of U.S. states. I agree with the Americans' right to bear arms. I truly do. You know, and if we were allowed to do that here, I'd have a carry and conceal, and I'd be permitted right to the tits, right? And my gun locker at home would be full of everything, right? Everything. But unfortunately, that's just not the case. And they've stiffened up the penalties as well here. If you get caught with them, you know, it's almost to the point where it's not worth it. My brother took a big fucking hit. My brother had a very, very nice, sizable collection. And when all these new rules and laws came into effect, he took a huge fucking hit. He took a huge hit. He was pissed. He had some nice stuff. Now he's down to, I think he's got 2 bows, 1 crossbow, and a slingshot. And the slingshot might be iffy these days too. I can walk up the middle. I can walk up the middle of the street through Main Street here, through the middle of my town. I can walk up there with a full compound bow over my shoulder, and the cops wouldn't give me a second fucking look. But I can't carry a fucking Glock, or I can't carry a Beretta. I could kill anybody just as easily with a bow as I could with probably more painfully with a bow than I with a goddamn Glock. And yet I can walk up the middle of town, through town here with a bow, but I can't carry a weapon. I can't carry a firearm. Talk about having your fucking priorities mixed up, eh? We can open carry here, but need concealed weapons permit to have weapon sight unseen. But you know what? I agree with that. I agree with that, man. The point is, though, Bull, they let you have them, right? Darn bows and their mass murder rates. That's awesome. Yeah, exactly, right? The difference is, TJ, is they let you have them, right? If you're willing to follow the law and go through the steps and get the appropriate permits, you can have them. Here, they don't even give you the choice. You're not allowed to have them. Cap and ball black powder legal in Canada? Go, cowboy. I'm going to have to get my horse first. Tyrannus, going to have to get my horse first before I do that. I'm not running around with a cap and ball without a horse. I am an absolute firm believer in being able to defend yourself. I don't see the sense that if I'm at the store and some guy walks in with a gun and he's robbing the place and he's pointing a fucking gun at me, and I'm standing there with a bag of fucking Skittles in my hand. You know? That I don't agree with. I should have the right to defend myself. Unlike our Canadian government, where they're now telling you to leave your doors unlocked, so if the bad guys want to come in, if they want to steal your car or they want to steal your shit, leave your car keys. They're telling you to leave your car keys at the front door. I know a lot of you guys saw this. But yeah, they're telling you to leave your car keys at the front door and leave your door unlocked, so they'll come in and just take the keys and steal your fucking car. You believe that shit? They're telling you to allow people, the burglars, to actually fucking, don't make them break into your house. Leave the fucking door open so they can come in and get what they want and leave. And maybe you'll live. Are you out of your fucking mind? Are you out of your fucking mind? Is that sick or what? I can tell you right now, in all honesty, 100% honesty, if you come in the front door of my house in the middle of the night, you might come in, but you are not going out. You are not going out, or you're going out in a fucking gurney. You are not going out fucking the same. You're not going out the same condition or the same way you came in. That will not happen. I've got family. I've got, this is my home, for Christ's sake. This is my goddamn home. This is where I live. This is where my family is. Not a chance in hell. Not a chance in hell is that going to happen in my lifetime. Excuse me, gonna get a mouthful of coffee again? Pardon me. Bury the body in the woods. Well, you know what? Where I used to live in Ontario there, I had that option. But unfortunately where I live here, I don't have that option. But it's I agree with you. If you've got the couillons to come fucking banging my front door and kicking my door in, you're not going out the same way you came in, I promise you. Oh. Soak it up, boys and girls. Look at that. Here, we'll give you another little. There you go. We got about another 5 minutes. I usually let this go until the sun just gets above the visor, so it's not in my eyes. Then I'll bring the camera in and turn it around, and we can get to some we can get down to some serious bullshitting. What's the temp here, Steph? I think. Hold on. The car is telling me it's 9 degrees Celsius. So I don't know what that is in Fahrenheit. I'm wearing shorts and a hoodie right now. I got a t-shirt underneath. I'll probably be ripping the hoodie off in a few minutes because the sun coming through the windshield right now is just beautiful. It's warm as hell coming in. Thank you so much for that, Sterling. Appreciate that, my man. I'm back. Susie said, fuck it, it's time for a smoke break. It's always time for a smoke break. If you've got it, smoke it. Hell, over where Crag Rat, where you guys are, for Christ's sake, it's time for a drink. Never mind the smoke. What time is it? What time is it here? It's 8 o'clock here. So it's 9 o'clock where James Best is. I wouldn't be surprised if he's already got one in his hand. It's 8:57 where James is. I wouldn't be surprised if he's waiting for that thing to hit at 9 o'clock. And then he's going to twist the top off the first one there. It's only 3 p.m. Well, fuck, go get it, man. Go get it. 3 p.m., that's beautiful. You know? No law says you have to sit around before 3 p.m. Go get it, man. 3 p.m. is a good time to drink. Like an Englishman needs a time to drink. Really. Like you really need me to tell you, hey, man, it's time to go have a drink. Give me a fucking break. You're in goddamn England, for Christ's sake. Yeah, you can suck a bag of dicks. You can suck a bag of dicks there, Crag Rat. Drinking Iron Brew. Goddamn, there's only one place well, not one, there's not only one, but there's a couple of places that carry it, but there's only one grocery store chain in Canada that carries it, and it's called Sobeys. And yes, it's expensive, but they sell out of it. They don't bring it. It's not like they bring in like cases of it like they do with Coke and Pepsi and all that kind of shit. So when they bring it in, you got to get it right away. You absolutely got to get it right away. So actually, it's Wednesday today. So I was talking. That's how dedicated I am, eh? When they sell out, I go start knocking on doors in the grocery stores. Like, hey, dude, when are you getting more of this? So they were supposed to be getting more of it today. So I'll be making a run for it today, going over and getting me some of that. And no more of this buying like a couple bottles at a time. There's the man. His ears must have been burning. We've been talking about you, brother. Good to see you, man. Chicken Hawk. Stephanie is in the chat. She's here somewhere. There she is. There we go. It's a Scottish orange drink. So it like for US and Canada, it would be like Orange Crush or like an orange Fanta or something like that. But it's got it's orange. You can distinctly taste the orange, but it's got a very, very distinct taste to it. Like it's orange. I don't know how to describe it. You got to drink it to know what the fuck I'm talking about. You really do. You gotta drink it to know what I'm talking about. Put it this way: the only word I can use to describe it is delicious. It is so fucking good. So if you like orange pop, because it's carbonated, it is a pop. If you like orange soda or orange pop, try this if you can find it. Do not say my name on YouTube. You are invading my privacy. That is 100% correct. You know what? That is 100% correct. And there are laws against that. Good laws that can be used. Oh, look at Chicken Hawk, eh? The host so smooth. Stephanie, comma, hello! Exclamation point. How are you today, my dear? Question mark. Wow. Wow. Need to try it. Kind of tastes like orange crush soda. It's really good, man. Trust me. It's worth the fucking drink. Now it's expensive. It's not like a fucking $1.25 can of orange crush or something. Because it's imported from Scotland. It's rather pricey, but if you can afford it, go get it. It's worth every fucking penny. Is that what they use to wash the gay out of the I don't know, but you burying a hooker again? No, not this week. To wash the gay out of their mouths. I don't know, but if that's what you got to use, that's what you got to use. But God damn it, I love it. I love Iron Brew. That stuff is so good. I would spend an entire pay statement on that shit if I could. We don't use government names here, sweetie. There you go. It sounds good. I want to try it too. There you go. I should be getting an endorsement here any day now from Iron Brew. We're public figures, so no right to privacy. Well, in Canada, we do. If just for example, I put my name out there. Everybody knows my name is Brian, and I put it out there. But if, for example, you've never heard me say my name, and I've never done publicly said my name, and you go out of your way to find out who I am and publish my name online, and you publish my address and my phone number or my workspace. In Canada, the laws are a little different than they are in the U.S., James, and we actually up here do have rights, and we can do something about it. Now, you do have to spend a little money to get that done, but in some case, in most cases like this, it's not worth it. It's not worth it to spend the money. If you want to publish my name and you want to publish where I live, and I don't care. What do you think? 10, do you think fucking all 24 of you in the chat are going to show up at my house? Like, it's not going to happen. Stephanie, I'm good. A little tense this morning with work. There you go. That's what I was saying. Where I grew up in Cali, we had a cactus cooler. It's now here in Nevada, orange and pineapple. I'd drink that, dude. Sterling will put a rattlesnake in their mailbox. Well, rightly so. Rightly so. Karen, good morning. Karen, good morning. Are you guys back home, or are you still out on the coast? Alan doing all right? Hopefully. Thoughts are with you, baby. Thoughts are with you. Hopefully things are okay there. Go get the coffee if you need it. Let them come, pew pew. James, I agree. I agree. I said earlier, you're welcome to break into my house. You fucking give it your best shot, but I promise you're not going out the same way you came in. I guarantee you that. Hopefully the rest of your morning gets smoother, Chicken Hawk. Like, would you guys just fucking end it already and hook up, please? Like, watching this love affair is almost painful. It really is. Don't leave us in suspense. You guys are like a bad fucking Harlequin novel. You're hoping to head east by the end of July. Alan's doing good right now. We've been awake 24 hours plus. Damn. 24 hours plus. I can't remember the last time I was awake for 24 hours. Well, I can. The last time I was awake for 24 hours straight was up on the ice road. That's real safe, eh? That's real safe. They put you on an ice road. They put you on frozen lakes, and then they tell you to throw away your logbook and just go, and stop when you fall asleep. I'm safe. I've got this Tasmanian haggis. Well, exactly, exactly. Good thing about being where I am, I can get the best moonshine, but you got to take it easy on it, though. In Canada, we don't have, well, we got moonshine up here. Don't get me wrong. There's some northern boys and girls that make some pretty good moonshine. But if you want the good stuff, you got to go out to the East Coast. And it's called, out there, their version of moonshine out there, it's called Screech. And it will take it'll take the chrome right off your bumper. But damn, it'll mess you up. But that's what our version of moonshine is out here. Primarily, I think it originated in Newfoundland, and it was originally called Newfie Screech. But now I think most of the East Coast provinces, they've got their own version of it. Just like sort of like you get up into the Tennessee mountains, they got their version of moonshine up there. You get up into Kentucky, they got their version of moonshine up there. Everybody's got their own little version of it. Same thing out here. You get out to Newfoundland, they got their Screech. You get out to New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, you know, they got their version of the Screech out there. I had tried it before I quit drinking. It was not something that I could consume on a regular basis. Not if I wanted to keep my throat intact or my. Well, the good thing is it cleans out your sinuses, but you know, it'll rot a hole in your stomach. Wheel Burners dating service. There you go. You single, Quinn? You need us to hook you up? You just say the word, buddy, and we'll make it happen, eh? Right now, we're in limbo waiting for CPP disability to come through. Figures, eh? Figures. Government. When you owe them money, goddamn it, they come and get it. But when they owe you money, you're going to have to fucking fight tooth and nail to get every goddamn penny of it. I know that from firsthand experience. You know, I had dealings with the obviously with the government and this and that, but son of a bitch. If I owe them $100, they'll go right into my bank account and fucking take it. But if, you know, if they owe me money, I'm on the phone for 16 hours for 4 days trying to get my 100 out of them. Yeah, exactly. Well, Karen's from the East Coast. There you go. She's a Nova Scotia girl. So yeah, she knows. You like that shit. You can run your motorcycle, or you can run a combustion engine on, same as moonshine, right? The proof is so high, you can run a vehicle. You'll burn the rings out of it, but if in a pinch, if you have to, you can put a 40-ounce bottle of fucking Screech into your motorcycle tank. It'll get you to the nearest fucking gas station. You got Irish. How do you pronounce that? Is that poaching or poaching or poaching? Everybody's got their own version of it, eh? Everybody's got their own version of it. How long you live drinking it is entirely up to you. It's like you might, you're drinking that stuff depending how well it's made, because you can get different flavors of it. But if you're just getting the run-of-the-mill fucking shit, like, you can count on losing you drink that shit for 10 years, you can count on losing your eyesight in the 11th year. It's Wheel Burner's dogging and dating site. There we go. He's finally getting his disability tax credit from 2017 to 2030. 2030? How are you getting a tax credit for fucking 5 years that hasn't happened yet? Speaking of motorcycles, it's perfect weather today. Barbecue chicken on the Traeger tonight. Attaboy. Attaboy. Tonight for me is we're ordering pizza tonight. No cooking. We cook dinner every night, but tonight is her last night, and she obviously doesn't feel like cooking, and I'm not feeling like cooking, so we're gonna be ordering pizza tonight. Tonight's gonna be a pizza sit down. We are absolutely fucking enthralled in this series on Netflix right now. And so we are trying to binge watch that as much as we can. It's called The Pit. I don't know if you guys have seen this show yet. Holy Jesus, is it? So the realisticness of what you see, right? It's a medical, it's an amped up version of Grey's, right? It's absolutely fucking incredible. Excellent, excellent show. and we're absolutely enthralled. And it's like come home from work, get cleaned up, make dinner, sit on the couch, and watch and binge watch this until it's time to go to bed. Absolutely, absolutely fucking enthralled with that. So that's going to be tonight. That's going to be tonight. I'll pick her up at work and bring her home, and we're not cooking dinner tonight. We're just going to sit down and turn the TV on and binge watch. Barbecue chicken on the Traeger sounds good though. What I do for last night? I did being the Canadian I am. I did a maple and whiskey glazed chicken last night is what I made for dinner with some rice and veggies. Fucked it up though. Cooked it about had it in the oven about 3 or 4 minutes too long. It was a little too dry. It was good. Like the flavor was incredible. The glaze was spot on. I killed it with the glaze, and I killed it with the chicken was a little dry. And I don't mean like shoe leather dry. It wasn't like that. It was edible, but it was a little dry. It could have come out a little sooner. From 25 to 2030 is already approved. Damn, nice how you can get that done, right? Red Lady had never seen the early James Bond movies. It's been great watching them in series. So you're watching them in order, eh? That's awesome. I don't know. You know what? I'll be honest. I love all the James Bond movies. Every single one of them. And I would sit down and do that and watch. I don't know if my girl likes James Bond or not. I don't know. I should fucking find out, because that would be, I would sit down and watch it, do that over a weekend, man. Ninja Buddha says, hi, what's going on? Greetings from Gibraltar. Hey, come on in from Gibraltar there, Sterling Wheels. Sit down, relax. A statistic showed Canadian most consumed food is mac and cheese. Thoughts? I would not doubt that. Fuck. And well, we do, up here, obviously, we have craft dinner just like everybody else, but we do mac and cheese. If you're in a pinch, you do craft dinner. I like making it from scratch, right? So you do it in a great big casserole dish, and then you've got mac and cheese for 2 days, right? That's the best way. Mac and cheese is good on the first day when you make it for dinner. The next day it's always better, right? I like to do it, and then I'll do it, and then I put it all prepare it and put it in the casserole dish. Then I'll actually sprinkle a little bit more cheese on top of it and put a little bit of Parmesan cheese, and then I'll put it in the oven and bake it for about 20 minutes. Good morning, T21. Damn good to see you, Sean. Hope you're doing well, man. Hopefully you got some good weather there over in Pennsylvania. Open borders for Canada. I would agree to that. Tyrannus, I would agree to that. You guys have heard me speak about, this bullshit about Canada being the 51st state. That's never going to happen. But if, for example, if you left Canada as an entity of a country of its own, and you left the U.S. as its own country, and they weren't the same country, but so let's just say you removed that border, and there was freedom to pass between the two countries, much like it is in Europe, in some places in Europe, and you were able to do that, I would have no problem with that. I rewatched The Sopranos a few weeks ago. Great show, but for the ending gets me every time. Okay, you're not going to believe this, Tennessee, but you know what? I've never watched it. I know what it is, and I've seen like all the clips and the shorts and YouTube and all that kind of shit. I've never watched an entire episode of The Sopranos. And it's one of those, it's on my list, right? It's on my list. But then what I'll do is I'll look at it, right? And I'll go, holy fuck, there's 20 seasons. No, there isn't on Sopranos, but there's 20 seasons. So I'm not going to start something that's going to take me a year to watch. So we watched James Bond and she loved it. Watched Austin Powers and she hated it. I hate Austin Powers too. I think your girl's with the wrong guy. She needs to hook up over here. What's going on? Maybe the war between India and Pakistan will create a wave of refugee. Well, you can count on that. Our Canadian government will be the first one standing there with a check in their hands, waiting for them to get off the boat in the coast. Fuck, I'm telling you. I fancy making haggis haggis fatties and keeps tonight. I don't have a guide. You're speaking English, asshole. Stop speaking English. Speak Canadian. Maybe the war. Yeah, I already read that. Lobster fishermen want to sell lobsters up here now because they can't sell them overseas anymore. That's what's happening everywhere, though. That's what happens. Every industry, a lot of the Canadian industries are taking a shit kicking. American, U.S. companies and industries are taking a bigger beating than we are. Something's going to give shortly. I can tell that it's coming. But as it's happening right now, you guys are taking the bigger brunt of this than Canada is. I hate to tell you that. The only way U.S.-Canada border goes away is if Canada adopts the U.S. dollar and its main currency. The only reason Europe has again, I would have no problem with that. If you wanted to go to, say, between the two countries and go to one currency like they did with the euro, I got no problem with that. Right? But I'm not willing to give up the sovereignty of my country. Right? I'm not willing to do that. I'm not willing to give up Canada and let it be, instead of having 10 provinces and 3 territories, all of a sudden we've got 10 more, US has 10 more states or 13 more states. I'm not willing to have that with my country. But if you want to, say, take the border away, ease the tension there for cross-border commerce and travel and everything like that, no problem whatsoever. I got no problem with that. And even if you want to go to the one currency, something like that, like they did with the euro, again, I would maybe agree to that. I could see the benefits in that. I can see the loopholes and I can see some problems, but I think I could see the more benefits to that than I would see problems. Okay, I'm off to get some much needed sleep. You do that. 24 hours, being awake for 24 hours? Damn it. Going against, no comparison. Jesse, what you're talking about, you mean you're going against what? You'd go against the cross-border or racing the border, or you're going against, or you would be for, being amalgamating Canada into the U.S.? Just turn it around if you're an American. Just turn it around if you're an American. If Canada was the bigger country, right? If Canada was the bigger country, would you guys want to turn around and become Canadians? Right? Would you want us to amalgamate you and all of a sudden you're now going to turn around and be a Canadian? And you'd have to abide by all of our rules and laws and regulations. You'd lose all your guns. You'd lose a lot of your freedoms. You'd lose, your constitution would be toilet paper. Would you guys be willing to do that? Probably not, right? Americans are no different than Canadians. You guys are just as proud of your country as we are of ours. You're not in any position to want to become a Canadian. Although you guys would get all the free maple syrup you want. That would be part of the deal. If we amalgamated you, we'd give you all the free maple syrup you could handle. I can't text them. They would take all of our maple syrup. Oh, they'd drink it all. They'd enjoy it, though. But it's like anything else. You can only drink so much, right? You can only drink so much. You can only take so much. I think everyone in the chat understands that Brian is a legendary coxman. Troll chat was something we don't know. Thank you, Tyrannus. Haggis, neeps, and tatties. Fuck again. Jesus Christ, Craig, right? Speak English. I don't have a clue what the hell you're talking about. Canada becoming part of the U.S. would be strictly economical, same as why Europe became a union. Exactly. Exactly. It would, if it was to happen, the only benefit would be for economical reasons. But that's still not enough. There's not enough economical reasons that you could pull out and convince me to become to give up my Canadian citizenship or to give up my country and become an American. There's just not enough reasons. There's not enough good reasons to do that. A lot of natives have dual citizenship. I didn't know that, Greg. I did not know that, man. I know there's quite a few Canadians that have dual citizenship that can bounce back and forth if they want to. Funny enough, all of the people that I know with dual citizenship live in Canada. Just saying, man. I'm just saying they've got the option. They can go live in the U.S. And be happy, joyous, and free in the U.S. And everyone that I know that's got them, I think there's four. I got four friends that have the dual citizenship, and all of them live in Canada. Justin, where are you from? I'm in Alberta, Canada. I'm out the western province of Alberta. All right, the sun's high enough. You guys had enough of looking at this, or what? Here, let's. You guys should take a look at that for 1 minute. The sun's up high enough above the visor. I don't have to worry about it right now, so it's not in my eyes. We're good. Morning fast, Eddie. Damn good to see you, son. You'd take the dual citizenship? Well, why wouldn't you? Right? Why wouldn't you? If you can get dual citizenship, or if you've got dual citizenship between Canada and the U.S., why the fuck wouldn't you take it? Let me just give the old glasses a clean here so I can read what the fuck you're saying, and I can look at you and see what you're doing. Yeah, like I can look at you and see what you're doing, right? Any single ladies in Canada? No, we keep them locked up because of people like you. Here we go. There we go. Oh, always a pleasure. Well, Eddie, it's always a pleasure having you here, man. Thanks for being here. You gotta love the warnings they put on cigarette packs. I've been asking myself that same question, Sterling. I've been asking, and my nipples tingle as well. Right? My nipples tingle as well. I don't know what it is. My tongue gets a little fucking numb and my nipples start tingling. I don't know. I don't know. You'll have to go over to my OnlyFans page to find that out. And that ain't going to be cheap. Hold on. There we go. Put my mirror back in place so I can see the next idiot that's trying to fucking kill me on the road here. Sterling should try a bidet. Oh, my brother's got one at his place. You don't even need to find a reason, Tyrannus, to go sit on the toilet or go sit on a bidet. You don't even need a reason. Just do it. Ripple piercings sure do a... nipple piercings, I'm thinking of what you're saying. Nipple piercings sure do hurt, says Will Burner. Kings of nipple... of ripple hoops. No, I got no nipple piercings. No piercings of any sort. Anything below the face. Although I've got a daughter, one of my daughters, and she's got the whole... she sets off metal detectors before she gets near them, you know? A French drinking fountain. That's exactly what it is. You go give that a try. You go drink from your bidet and see how that works. Especially if the water's blue. Oh, excuse me. Maverick, that's your fault. I blame Maverick for that one. This part of the show is sponsored by my Burp and Maverick Watch Reviews. Thank you, Maverick, for popping in. I never saw the sense in doing that. Like I've got an earring, but I've had that since I was like fucking 12, right? But I've never saw the sense in getting the nose, like my kid, she's got through the nose, the top lip, the bottom lip, the tongue, through across the top between the eyes there, that piece of, I don't know what you call that piece right in there. She's got that. She's got both eyebrows, ears. I don't get that. I just don't get it, man. Like, if it appeals to you, hey, great. It appeals to you, that's fucking awesome. If that's your thing, I'm not judging. I'm just saying, me personally, I've never felt the desire to slap a bunch of hardware on my face. You know, it's not there. The Death Wish coffee is going down good this morning, today for sure. TJ, have you ever tried Snorlord's coffee? I know Shannon Thomas drinks it, and she raves about it, but I don't know anybody else that's had it. I'm thinking of ordering me some. But I'm a picky fucking coffee drinker, right? I don't want to order it because the shit's expensive. It is expensive. And then, of course, to get it into Canada, it's even more expensive. I might as well buy like a 20-foot container of the shit. It'd be cheaper to buy than just one order of it. But I don't know anybody else that's tried it besides Shannon. She sounds like a real winner. Great job. No, you know what? She's a good kid. She's a good kid. She's educated. She's smart. She's got a good job. She's single and lives on her own, self-supporting. You know, the fact that people do that to themselves I don't judge in whether they're a good person, bad person, whatever. I just saying for myself, the physical appeal of it, you know, the appeal of it, to see it or to do it to myself just isn't there. I just got mine caged last night. She put a ring on me. Oh, I saw that. Congratulations. Fucking Craig Rat asked Susie to marry him, and the fucking crazy broad actually said yes. Jesus Christ. What do you mean it's no longer available? He stopped selling it? Damn. I guess I missed the boat on that one. Yeah, I used to buy it a lot, but it is no longer available as far as I know. The white coffee was outstanding. I bet you Shannon Thomas has a fucking boatload of that stashed away in her truck. I know what her truck looks like. If I ever see it parked somewhere, I'm going to be breaking into it just for the coffee. Who am I kidding? Shannon would give it to me. Find me a healthy Canadian gal, wheel burner. Healthy? Oh, God, they grow them healthy up here, Tyrannus. You will not have a problem up here in Canada finding yourself a nice girl to take home to mom. You might have a problem keeping dad off her, but you won't have a problem taking her home to mom. Oh, the manufacturer stopped producing it. Oh, that sucks. Well, is he going to go somewhere else? Can he hook up with somebody else? Another company per se that would be able to do this? Owen Green, how you doing, man? I'm doing all right this morning. I got nothing to complain about this morning. Never judge a book by its cover. Exactly. Hi from Carol. There you go. A good coffee, try Beeline Coffee. Beeline Coffee. Okay. Okay, I'll try Beeline Coffee. It's one of those goddamn things, though, Sterling. I hate to spend money. And my girl is not like this. Like, if she wants to, she'll try something, and if she doesn't, and she'll buy it, and then if she doesn't like it, then she'll just get rid of it. Me, I'm so fucking cheap, and I think it's from being an owner operator and being in business for myself that I don't throw anything away. So I'm skeptical about buying and trying new things like that, because if I spend $40 on something and I don't like it, then I've wasted 40 fucking dollars, right? So, dude, my sister is pregnant. I can't believe I'm going to be a dad. That is awesome. That is awesome. Fucking. My sister is pregnant. Well, you know what they say. I don't know. You from Kentucky? You know, if you're from Kentucky, if a husband and wife get divorced in Kentucky, are they still brother and sister? Just asking, right? Just asking. Sterling's a moderator in our channel, and I'd listen to what he says. You know, the first you'll get a warning. The spammers have got their warning. Don't spam. Next one, he'll time you out, and on the third one, he'll stomp you. You'll be gone. So, can't wait to be an uncle. I am an uncle. My brother's got a couple of rats. Mind you, they're grown now, right? They're in their, I think, well, one of them's in their 20s and one's in their late teens. So, he's got a couple of kids. I went for the baseball team. I went with the baseball team. I ended up with six kids. 6 kids. All daughters. Son of a bitch. Couldn't make a boy. Saved my life. Couldn't get a boy. And then I became a grandfather, and that was a girl. Somebody want to tell me what it's like to have a son, please, or a grandson? Jay Leo, good to see you. Good morning. Damn good to see you, man. BMW, am I smoking weed? Nah, just a cigarette, man. We're not allowed to smoke weed. I say we, meaning me. You can, in Canada, you can smoke weed. I've said this before, like right over my shoulder here, it's right at the edge of town here, there's a small complex of stores and shit. There's a weed shop right there. I could get out of the car, walk over and buy some weed and come back here, you know, in probably about less than 5 minutes. UK grandpa, be like. Okay, whatever you say, brother. Do me a favor, though. As long as you're be liking, hit the like button. Underall sales, Underall Sands. You guys and your names, man. You guys are getting pretty goddamn original. It's not bad. 6 kids. Have any of them struggled with addiction or mental health issues? I ask because of Canadian statistics. Kill nothing but time. Yeah. And funny enough, weed has been a very good thing for them. Out of the 6, I've got 2 that have suffered not mental health issues, but I've got, you know, anxiety and attention deficit disorder, ADD, and weed has been fantastic in those cases there. But yeah, come on, you can't have 6 kids and not have something go. What is the difference between a dishwasher and a baby? The dishwasher doesn't cry when you fill it with a load. Oh, Jesus, atheist, that's disgusting. That is disgusting. Eden, am I American? Nope. Nope, I am Canadian. Born and raised and proud Canadian. Nobody's going to buy you shit. Yeah, go buy your own. You know, I'm not buying anybody anything. I'm paying my own way through life right now. And if there's a little left over, then I'll help out my fellow man. But I'm not into buying any. If you're not working and you're not supporting yourself, that's on you. I'm in the 70s, 12 grandkids. My hair just turned white 2 months. Space troll, look at this. Look at this. 6 daughters and 1 granddaughter. Mind you, I'm a truck driver and a long-time truck driver. This isn't gray. This is chrome. I'm nicely chromed out here. And I started chroming in my early 40s is when it first... Well, actually, my late 30s, you know, you get those little tinges of gray through the sides on your side here. And then as soon as I turned into my 40s, man, it just went... Blah, 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 blah. And then I've still got a very light patch of brown right in there, but... Whew, let me tell you, I am very well chromed. All the Canadian ladies I meet are elderly. That's because you hang out in Florida too much, man. Right? You're hanging out with all the fucking. You're hanging out with all the retirees that we send down to Florida to support you. To support you, right? Our snowbirds. There's more Canadian snowbirds in Florida than there is Floridians. Did you guys know that? The Canadian dollar pretty much keeps Florida going, with the exception of Miami, and then the Cubans take care of the rest of that. You know why dead baby jokes are so funny? Because they never get old. Jeez, you're killing me. Killing me. You're driving a car, not a truck. Well, Zach Beavers, right now I'm in the middle. My truck is being processed from one company. I left one company, I'm moving to another. So it's going through the workup of all that and the signing the paperwork and getting the insurance and plates and all that. And that usually in Canada, that's not a quick process. That usually takes 10 days to 2 weeks to get that done. So Brandon, I stopped working. I am 41. I worked since 16. Now I own 2 multi-units. I collect rent every month, pay my bills, and I have 2,800. So it's 2,800 foot apartment all paid. And others. That's the way to do it, man. That is the way to do it. If you get, passive income, everybody should have a form. Everybody should have a job unless you're retired. But if you've got a job at some way, shape, or form, everybody should have a second or third or even fourth form of income, a passive income, something like that. It's the smart thing to do. It's especially in this goddamn day and age, because who the hell can afford to live on one income these days? Back when I was a kid, my dad went to work and my mom stayed home and raised the kids and put us off to school. And she was a housewife and a homemaker. And in my day, it got to the point where most of the people that I know, their wives, they went to work, their wives went to work, and their kids went to school, and, you needed 2 incomes to survive. And right now, the way it is now for my kids' generation, you better have 3 wives, and they better all be working, man, because you're not going to be fucking paying your bills. Try buying a house today. Good luck with that. It's a vibe. Retired? No, I am not retired. I've taken some time off. I took actually a little more than I wanted to, but I just got a little comfy. But I took some time off between the move from Ontario to Alberta, and I needed some time off to rest. I worked almost 2 years straight, 6 days a week, and I was tired. I was fucking tired. I was really tired, mentally and physically. I worked a lot. So I was tired and I needed some time off. I needed to get myself together, and now I'm feeling the best I've felt in years. Really, I am. I'm physically good. Mentally, I'm in a really good headspace. I've eliminated and taken care of some of the stress and pressure that's going on in my life. So now I'm in a good space, and now it's time to go back to work. But am I closer to retirement? Let me tell you. He does he, Crystal? I don't. I wouldn't know. I'm not out there scanning the internet, playing in everybody else's chats. But obviously, he's got nothing better to do. It's a vibe. I'm 38, retired Army. Well, thank you for your service, man. 18 years. Everyone assumes I'm unemployed. Nope, just retired, be 40, collecting $4,500 a month. Dude, I don't think I could retire like at 38. Oh, even now, I'm 55, And if you handed me the keys to retirement right now, I don't know how well I'd do with that, man. I would need something to do. I could probably, don't get me wrong, if I could retire from trucking right now, sell the truck, get out of the business and go into another career or something else, absolutely, 100%, I would do that in a heartbeat. Wouldn't even think twice about it. But could I retire, like become a full-time retiree? I don't think I could do that. I'd have to keep my hand into something. I'd probably go crazy with hobbies. I'd start building bikes again or start tinkering and that kind of shit in my garage and that kind of thing. But even then, I'd still need something to do. You know, volunteer work, you can only do so much of that. I don't know. I'd find something. I'd probably stay in the trucking business doing something. Liam Gone Global seems like a cool channel. I'll take your word for it. I'm not going to go look. Bingo is a great place to pick up Greg. Greg, hopefully you haven't been spending too many hours in the bingo halls, man. Well, it is badass. It's a vibe. I'm happy for you, man. You know, you if you dedicate your life to the military and you know what, you manage to get out with all your faculties and your ass intact, more power to you. And again, thanks for your service, man. But Jesus Christ, retiring at 38? Oh, I don't think I could do that. Don't think I could do that. I'm waiting to get back to work. Yeah, some of us are dying to go back to work. I'm going to make just enough money not to owe taxes this year. I'm not working one day more than poverty level income. You know what? It's a shame sometimes, right? The better you do, the more they take, and then the less you have, right? You make more money, but then with the way the economy is and the way that the tax system is and everything like that, so you make more money, they take more money, and you live you live poor. Yeah, it's almost wise to do what Tariffs is doing. You know what? Figure out where that level is, right? Figure out where that bracket is and keep yourself in that bracket so you're only paying the bare minimum, but you can still sustain yourself. Minimize taxable contributions. Well, I don't know about that. I don't know about minimized taxable contributions. Well, in business, no. Right? Tyrannus, in business, no. In my business, I do not minimize taxable contributions. I believe me, I'm a wizard with that. But in personal life, yeah, I can see the ups and downs of that. Where are you from? You're in Jamaica. Oh, Crystal, I'm jealous. If you're in Jamaica, I'm jealous. I'm not in Jamaica, honey. I'm sitting in Canada. Calm down, Unc. Oh, calm down. You see anybody getting excited here? It's not excitement. You know what it is? There's certain things that we talk about here that I'm passionate about. It's not, I'm not losing my shit. I'm not angry by any means. I'm not coming unglued. But you know what? I do get passionate. I get passionate about certain things. I get passionate about our veterans, Canadian and U.S. veterans. I'm passionate about, you know, certain other aspects of my country, where I see things that, you know, just aren't right. You know, they're just not right. So, you know, if you've got a voice, use it. So I'm passionate about things like that. I'm passionate about my family. So if you take that as that I'm spazzing out, well, no, you're not right. I almost got my 9 weeks in the shop. What the fuck are they doing? Dude, you can get an in-frame done in less than 9 weeks. You could have a fucking total complete rebuild done in less than 9 weeks. What the fuck are they doing to it? The goddamn thing better be floating on air when you get it back. I'm not interested in contributing to the system in post-COVID economy. A lot of people have a very bad taste in their mouth about that in the U.S. and Canada. in the U.S. and Canada. But again, if you're one of those that's found that little area, that little bracket, and you can get you're in it, and you know, you've got your contributions down to a minimum, you're in that tax bracket where you're actually making enough to survive, but not enough that they're ripping you off, then I can understand that. God damn it, it's so hard to get money these days. It is. It's fucking funny that, you know what, the more we make, the less we have. And I've said this a couple of times in a couple of different lives, that you know, it's fucking ironic as hell that I was looking at statements in my business from 2015. I was going through some boxes and shit, and I found a bunch of them. And my truck was generating less money in 2015, but I was actually making more and keeping more, right? And now here in 2025, 10 years later, my truck generates probably about 40% more money now than it did in 2015. Generates, meaning that the truck makes more money. But am I living, am I taking and keeping as much of it? Absolutely not. Retire me now, please. Yeah, nicest. A lot of us are saying that. 100% of my income is passive. Currently covers my wife's schooling. No borrowed education funds from FAFSA or Pell Grants. That's the way to do it, Bull. But you know, I don't know a whole lot about your business, but I have an idea of some things that you've done, and that's the way to do it. It really is. Passive income, if you can live on passive income, that's the way to do it. Or if you can get yourself in a position that you've got passive income and it's enough to support you, damn it. What's going on there, Buck Brown? Good to see you. Always a pleasure, man, to see you. Good talk yesterday. Appreciated talking to you. I'll be making a certain announcement in the next day or so, and we will be looking forward to hearing it. What do I do for work? I'm a pimp, dude. Look at this. Look at this. I run a line of girls out of fucking Calgary. I'm a pimp. I just sit there. I sit there all day in my Escalade on the corner and watch my girls work. I pimp. Passive income. No, I'm just kidding, man. Jace, I'm a truck driver. I'm an owner-operator. I'm a truck driver. Cross-border. I do Canada and U.S. You'll be retarded before you retire. That's my worry. I need to retire before the last brain cell goes boop and takes off on me. I hate trucking now. Too many rules. Don't you need drug testing and eye checks every week? And oh fuck, let me tell you. Brandon, yeah. The drug testing up here, I think it's the same in the U.S. The drug testing up here, when you go on with a new company, you got to get drug tested. But then you go in a pool, right? And they can pull your number at any time. It's random. So you have to be prepared to take a drug test at any time. They'll call you and give you X amount of hours to make it to this location or whatever and get your drug test. And yes, we have to do medicals in Canada. It's every 3 years. Every year I got to do a medical. Every 3 years I got to rewrite my test to keep my class 1. So yeah, they're pretty tight. And then you throw the e-logs in on top of that. We're not going to discuss e-logs. That's a whole no. We could do an entire fucking live stream on that. Am I a Christian? Jace, unfortunately for some, and fortunately for others, no, I'm not. I'm not. He certainly does not look like Hare Krishna. Well, no, we're not that either. We are in a state of war. Depends on where you are. Yeah, if they tax us more and we make more, it's so unfair. Well, you know, and here's the fucking thing. The people that put these policies in place and the people that come up with these, you know, laws, and we voted for them, right? We fucking voted for these idiots. Yeah, and the shame of it is, 20 years ago, a politician we'd vote in, and if this guy went, you know, if he didn't do what he said he was going to do and he started to go sideways, it was a lot easier back then to remove. You could remove a prime minister, or you could remove a premier, or you could remove an MP. Nowadays, fuck me. Trudeau committed every fucking crime there is known to man except fucking banging little schoolgirls on the fucking front lawn of the goddamn of the goddamn Prime Minister's residence. He did everything but, and he never got as much as a fucking look. You know, that guy should be sitting in jail right now. Trucking is a love-hate relationship. It is. Some people love to hate it, and they're just miserable, so they just keep doing it, and they love hating it. I'm not in that anymore. I don't have that anymore. For trucking, you know, for years and years and years and years, I used to be diehard. I used to love to get up in the morning and start my truck and look out the window and look where I am, and I had that fire to drive and be a truck driver and see the world. That's gone. I don't have that anymore. And when you don't have that, you know, if you're the old saying, if you do something you love, if you work at something you love, you'll never work a day in your life. Well, and that's the way I was with trucking for many, 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 many years, and I don't have that anymore. Now it's to the point where it's a job, and yeah, it's a decent paying job. You know, yeah, we get, you know, some of us do okay, and some of us struggle, and I've struggled at times too. But now it's just a job, and you know what? If you don't have that love for it anymore, and you're just out here because it's a job, it's probably time to hang up the keys and walk away. And that's where I'm at in my career. Right, my career is slowly winding down. Hopefully it doesn't nosedive, but hopefully, you know, it's just slowly winding down, and I'll be able to walk away from the trucking business and get out of this and do something else. Do you speak French? Enrica, no, I do not speak French. You got a brother in Canada, works on a farm, but you're welcome to visit Jamaica? Oh, you kidding? I'd be happy to come to Jamaica. I'd love to come to Jamaica. And when I when I go on vacation down there, like go down to I've never been to Jamaica, believe it or not, but you go to Cuba, Dominican, places like that. I am the guy that sits on the beach under the canopy, and I just sit there and I'll smoke cigars and watch and drink coffee and drink all day and sit on the beach. I love the heat for that time, and I love going to the beach, but. Yeah, I'm not a sun worshiper. I don't go out and get suntanned and lay there and get all oiled up and lay on a... Fuck that. I am that old guy that sits underneath the canopy and just sits there all day smoking my cigar, watching the world go by. Mike, we are not. Fuck off. You know that. Also have a nephew that's going to med school in Canada. Funny how that works, eh? Funny how that works. You guys go down to the U.S. hospital, all the biggest and best hospitals in the U.S., and chances are you're going to find a mitt full of Canadian doctors. Canada produces some of the best doctors in the world. The shame is, unfortunately, up here they're not paid and appreciated properly. So they go through university, and then they do their internship, and they do everything up here, and then the U.S. hospitals. You know, the big U.S. hospitals, they steal them. Because why would you, as let's say a brain surgeon or a specialty doctor, why would you work up here for $400,000-$500,000 a year when you can work in a U.S. hospital for $5 million a year? And you work from, you know, you're going to work from, you know, 7 a.m. maybe till noon, and then you're on the golf course at 1:30, right? Why would you want to work in Canada for that? I don't blame the doctors for doing it, and I certainly don't blame the U.S. hospitals for stealing. You're getting the best doctors in the world out of Canada. It's the same in trucking. Like, I can't make my living just in trucking. You know, I rely on the Americans to go down there and make my money to bring it back. We should talk more about an idea to make more money. Money is a beating heart of the day, and we must always get more, discuss how to get more. The problem is nobody wants to talk about it, because if you're actually making money, you're not telling everybody else how to make money, because then they're going to dip into your pond, right? Nobody wants anybody else dipping into their gravy. Now, maybe that's pretty selfish, and I agree it is a little selfish, but, hey, you know, your in-frame took 12 weeks. I had the Volvo in-framed, and I was down for a total of 9 days on that. And then I had a partial in-frame done on the W9 on that 60 series, and that was like 6 days it was down for that. Am I passionate about the NHL? You know what? For a Canadian, you'd think I would be, right? Being a Canadian with hockey. But no, I will be honest with you, Arnell. I am a bandwagon jumper. Okay? I don't watch hockey all year long. And then at playoff time, when the Canadian teams are in the playoffs, I jump on the bandwagon, go, yay, and do that. I'm one of those. Okay? And my team is actually in the playoffs right now, and they won. I think they won last night. They won 5-4 against Florida. That was Toronto. So Toronto is in the second round now, and they're up one game on Florida. And other than that, man, I couldn't tell you, because you know what? Like I said, I'm a bandwagon jumper. I jump on the bandwagon and do my thing, and then when it's over, don't know. How old am I? I'm 55. 55 going on 30. Brandon, cars are made with too many computers. Now I ran a dealership 15 years. Suck now. Let me tell you something, Brandon. Cars, motorcycles, trucks, like the big trucks that we drive, like the Freightliners, Kenworth. Dude, let me tell you this. You know, you go buy a, I don't know, let's say a $60,000 pickup truck. Dodge. You go buy a $60,000 Dodge Ram. I don't know, they probably cost more than that, but you pay 60 grand for the computer. They throw the truck in for free, right? And that's just the way it is these days. I did a video a couple of years back when I had the Kenworth. I had a 97 Kenworth W9 with a long nose, and I did a comparison in the first 15 feet of the truck. So from the nose of the truck basically to the driver's seat. And then I did the same comparison on the Freightliner Cascadia, the 2020 Cascadia that I own now. And it's like night and day, right? The computers and the technology and the chips and the sensors and all of the shit that is on those things. Like I said, you spend $230,000 on a new Kenworth, you're paying $230 for a computer. They throw the truck in for nothing. You're buying the computer. And then you're paying for, you know, all these mechanics who aren't mechanics anymore. If they are, they're R&R mechanics, remove and replace. They don't fix anything. And nowadays, they're not even called mechanics. They're technicians, right? They're technicians. They're computer technicians. A fucking mechanic back in the day could diagnose what's wrong with your engine by checking your engine, working on the engine. Nowadays, they just plug it in. And if the computer doesn't say it, then they don't do it. If the computer says it, then they'll go and look and try to fix that. But even then, you know, I've sat there back in the day watching some guy work on my truck, and he's got the whole fucking problem figured out in less than an hour, and then they go and fix it, right? The diagnosing. Nowadays, you know, my truck was in the goddamn shop. The technician plugs the truck in, and it takes him 15 minutes to go through that. And next thing you know, he's going, "Oh, Bob, come here, come here." And so next thing you know, you got 2 or 3 guys standing around a laptop like a bunch of monkeys doing a math problem, trying to figure out what the hell's wrong with your truck, because the computer won't tell you what's wrong. It'll just point you in the direction. It'll give you the area where the problem is, but it won't tell you what the problem is. The old school mechanics, they could take things. If you blew your starter out, they'd rebuild the starter. Now they just take it out, put a new one in. They charge you for a core charge, and then they'll give you a credit when you give them the starter back. But everything's remove and replace. Nothing gets fixed, right? Years ago, they used to, every shop that you put your truck in, every guy had his own bench, like a great big workbench, and he had his fucking tool chest and everything like that. Now these guys got some pretty impressive tool chests nowadays, let me tell you, and they need it because of the goddamn shit they got to take apart. But there's no taking parts off a truck and fixing them now. Nobody does that anymore. You know, unless it's like your fuel tanks. I had a fuel tank issue. Okay, they take the tanks off, diagnose the tanks. They find a hole, they fix it. They don't replace the tank. But anything else, let me tell you, remove and replace, baby. It's a consumer industry. Nobody builds anything anymore. They just remove and replace. It's in trucks, it's in cars, it's in motorcycles, it's in fucking every day in life nowadays. Write-offs equals no taxes owed, yet we still pay some sort of tax. Fuel. Well, that's the thing, Bull. Your write-offs, and I know this very well, doing the business that we do. My write-offs are very important to me, right? I need them to do business. It's part of my business, and I require them. But somewhere down the road, yeah, I'm gonna get a tax credit for my write-off per se. But somewhere down the road, I'm going to use that money I'm getting credit for. That money that's getting credit for gets rolled back into my business. Somewhere down the line, that money is going to be taxed on something else I buy. Example, like you said, fuel, tax, property, anything else like that. One way or the other, you're getting taxed, brother. PACCAR warranty system. No start issue with ABS system. It's messed up how the warranty system works. Dude, let me tell you, they've got the warranty. Most of the manufacturers, doesn't matter whether it's PACCAR, Freightliner, so that would be their Detroit or Daimler or whoever, fucking Mercedes, whoever owns Freightliner now, Volvo. It does not matter, man. When you buy that truck and you go, oh, I got a brand new truck and I got all this warranty, double check it. And I always buy the extended warranty. I do, because I'm one of those guys that I've got the kind of luck that the day after my manufacturer's warranty runs out, the check engine light comes on and it's going to cost me 10 grand. Warranties are BS. You do have to read them. You do got to look at them. You got to know what the fuck you're talking about. You know, and that's the thing about warranties. You know, even if it is covered by warranty, you got to jump through fucking hoops to get it. You know, nowadays, you absolutely got to jump through hoops. It doesn't matter if you're driving a brand new Pete right off the lot. If there's a warranty issue, somehow or another, they're going to try to make it that it was your fault or you did something or you were abusing it, or they don't want to pay it. They don't want to pay it, and you're going to have to work like hell, and you're going to have to jump through freaking hoops to get it, man. Goddamn warranties. And then extended warranties are even worse. If you can get an extended warranty, and my advice to you is if you're buying a brand new truck, if you can get extended warranty through the manufacturer, do that. Stay away from third-party warranties. You know, those ones there, you will not win. You will not win. They will find some reason, one way or another, to get out of whatever they're supposed to be covering, somehow or another. And 90% of it comes down to, yeah, they're going to make it. Driver or ownership's fault. They're going to try to pin it on you. You were doing something wrong. Where are you? I'm in Georgia. Kuya, I'm in Alberta, Canada. I'm a long way from you. Daniel, good to see you. Thanks for popping in. Pimp extraordinaire. Thank you very much. You pimp good answers. Not bad, eh? Believe me, I'm not telling you guys anything new, and none of these nothing that I'm saying here is an original thought. It's just stuff that I've learned, or that stuff that's been passed on to me by people that have been doing it longer than me and that know more than me. That's all. I rely on people and mentors in this business. I rely on them for help and experience and advice, and the people that I surround myself with. I do gambling. I could easily do gambling. Let me tell you, I have to be very careful sometimes. If you watch long enough, they will get all the answers. There you go. Sorry, Freeway said something up here. The government and Teamsters give me free money every month. I like that. And they were going to tell you you look like Kurt Russell. Never heard that one. Blood running bitch, there you go. Hello, how you doing? I'm way behind. My wife jokes that when I lose my medical card, she'll put me in a nursing home. Well, keep working, dude. Bill of the Woods. What, your thumb's not working this morning? My plan is to divorce her and buy a houseboat. Yeah. Well, let me tell you. And be careful, though. Tyrannus, be careful. Yeah, I know for a fact you've heard the saying, it might just be cheaper to keep her. A houseboat. I can think of about 15 other things I would buy long before I went into a houseboat. You know, my grandfather used to take us fishing, and we'd be out in a boat or whatever like that. And he used to joke that a boat is nothing but a hole in the water to throw money into. And I believe it. I believe it. I'm not religious either, and I don't believe in the Easter Bunny, Tooth Fairy, Santa Claus, etc. There you go. The cheapest way to live in the country where you are can plant your own food and live off the land. Get out of the cities and into the country. Areas cheaper and healthier. Agreed. Crystal, 100% agree with that, man. I stay 5 miles from Trump's golf course. Go out there and start stealing golf balls. You've lost that love and feeling. Oh, come on. I'm just sorry. I'm just nice mental picture. Oiled up wheel burner in a Speedo. Is that how far behind I am? Yeah, I'm just gonna scan. Sorry, guys. I'm sure you guys got some really good shit you're saying here. Oh fuck! You guys are still talking about warranties here. Oh, we got to the bottom. If you declare with your mouth Jesus is Lord and believe in your heart that God raised him from the dead, you will be saved. Time is short. We are living in end times. Okay, I appreciate your comment. Thank you. What's the horsepower of this car? Are you out of your frickin' mind? This is a Kia whatever. I think there's 2 hamsters on a wheel under the hood. I don't even think it rates horsepower, man. Are you kidding? The best day of your life is when you own a boat. Own a boat. Oh, sorry, hold on. The best day of your life when you own a boat is the day you sell it. I believe that. I swear to God, you thought I was angry grandpa. Not today. No, today. There's no anger today. We're just out here loving. I never drive a vehicle that has a KIA in it. Yeah. I never thought. Actually, this isn't even my car. This is my girl's car. And you know what? It was cheap. It's very, you know, you put $45 in it to fill the gas tank, and she fills it once a month. Can't complain. It's a 6-speed manual, right? I've got a woman that will only drive a manual transmission. How many guys have you heard of that do that have that? She will only drive a manual. She will not drive an automatic transmission. How many guys can say that they got a woman that's fucking, to me, that's cowboy, man. Your woman says, nope, if it ain't got a manual, I ain't driving it. That's pretty fucking badass, if you ask me. Kia parts are hard to find. You know what? I don't think so. Not in Canada, because Kia is made by Hyundai. Or Hyundai, or however the fuck you say it. I say Hyundai. But Kia, no, you can get a Kia fixed up here just as fucking easily as you can get anything else fixed. Kia, like my Jeep Trailhawk 4-cylinder, takes 3 miles to reach 100 miles an hour. It's the same, exactly, Bull. Exactly. The car, if it doesn't have AC, but if it did and you turn the AC on, if you and me were in the driver and passenger seat and we turned the air on, one of us would have to get out of the car for it to go up the hill. You know, it wouldn't take both you and me, but being the size guys that we are. How many guys can say that they have a woman today, period? You got to always check what's under the hood there, right? Right, Juan? You always got to check what's under the hood, man. My lady prefers a stick and a third pedal. Well, I got the same thing, brother. How's the after-sale service, though? What do you mean after-sale? Like the resale value on these things? I don't know. This thing, it's a 2017. It's got about 60,000, not even 60, it's about 55,000 miles on it. It's got 105,000 kilometers, so I think that's about 55, maybe 60,000 miles. So what's it worth? You know what? I've never looked it up. I really don't care. It's a good little car. It's basically a grocery getter. Would I want to drive across country in this thing and do any serious touring in it? It's not built for that. It's built for like just bopping around the city and it's great. It's absolutely great for banging when we have to go into the city and go into Calgary. It's perfect for that. Like I said, it's a whiz on gas, right? It's a whiz on gas. I have to put gas in it today. I'm down to a quarter tank. It's down to a quarter tank of gas right now, and I got to put gas in it today. But I can't remember the last time I put gas in it. So what does that tell you, right? What does that tell you? If you can't remember the last time you put gas in your car, that means it's pretty goddamn good on gas. Again, women went from bush to... That was awesome yesterday. What was that? Back in the 70s, you went from bush. In the 80s and 90s, they went to the landing strip. In the 2000s, they went to bald. In 2025, you get cock. I hope I got that right, Bull. I hope I got that right. Now we talking cars. Hey, we'll talk cars all you want, baby. Hiace is best. Toyota Hiace, at least for me, because I sell from the bus. You know what? I have no qualm with Toyota whatsoever. Call for duty 3. Can I join? Sure. Say whatever you want, man. Say whatever you want. Speak your mind. Speak your mind. Spit it out, man. Ford or Toyota. For quality build and endurance and resale value, Toyota all day long. All day long. Okay, I kind of got it right. That's about right. You get the gist of what I'm saying, though. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Ford or Toyota, I'm going with Toyota all day long. You can't beat the build quality. You can't beat the longevity. Like my daughter had a Toyota Tercel, and she ran that thing up to over almost 400,000 kilometers. I don't know what that is in miles, but 400,000 kilometers is about 220,000 miles, and that thing never once even hiccuped. Same with Hondas. I've owned brand new Hondas every couple of years. Always bought a brand new Honda, and so I've had the Honda Odyssey, the van, when the kids were younger. Never had a problem with that. Ran that up to a couple 100,000. Never had a hiccup. Then I got the SUV, the Pilot, brand new. Never had a hiccup. I've had several Civics. Never had an issue with any of them. I had a 99 Civic, a 5-speed manual, and that thing ran up to, I think I got that thing up 460,000 clicks. The body fell off it before the engine quit. So Toyota and Honda are the two best brands for quality and resale, and for what if you want to buy a car and spend a decent $1 on it, and you want something that you're going to hang on to for 4, 5, 6, 7 years, go with Honda or Toyota. Even Hyundai's starting to get up there in that range as well. You can buy the good Hyundais now, and they're lasting long. The build quality is better. It's a shame to have to say this, but the imports are building them better than the Ford and Dodge and the big three. They really are. Study with me sounds pretty good. You got, what do you think about the Tesla, the electric car? Study with me. You will never in your life ever see me in a Tesla. I will never own one. I'll never drive one. An electric vehicle, not a chance in hell. Not a chance in hell. I don't believe in them. I have not bought into the green bullshit with the electric vehicles. No way, shape, or form will you ever see me ever fucking driving it, promoting it, anything. If you gave me a fucking Tesla, I wouldn't even open the door and sit in the driver's seat. I'd slap a for sale sign on it and get rid of it. Toyota parts are readily available and strong. I have no problem. It's the same up here in Canada. Toyota parts and Honda parts are very readily available. Mind you, we've got plants up here, right? Toyota's got one of their biggest plants in North America is in Cambridge, Ontario. Same with Honda. Honda's got one of their bigger plants, and it's up in Alliston, Ontario. So we've got big plants up here, so parts are readily available up here. About 220,000 miles. Both brands are bulletproof. That's what I'm saying, Miguel, right? They are. If you want bang for your buck and you want a car that's going to last you, then you're going Japanese. Even Subarus, not bad cars. The problem I'm seeing with the imports now is the price on them, right? The price on them is just starting to get a little ridiculous. You know, it used to be you could buy a Honda Civic, a base model Honda Civic. You could get that for like $18,000 a few years ago. Now a baseline Honda Civic, you're bordering 30 grand. Teslas have the highest fatality rate of any manufacturer. Big Daddy, I am not surprised by that one single bit. Not one single bit. Our Lexus was made in Canada. It's a super nice car. No plans on selling it. It has 41,000. 41,000 miles, and it's a 2020. Super quick and rides nice. I had a 2012 or 2013, sorry, Acura MDX. I had that for a few years. Really nice SUV. A pig on gas, right? It was a pig on gas. It had the 3.5 engine in it, but it was a pig on gas, all-wheel drive. But comfort, oh Christ, bull! Like that was the car that you want to travel around in. That you want to drive. You want to drive from your place to my place. That's what you want to do it in. I had that Acura MDX was absolutely, and Acura is just the premier brand of Honda. Lexus is the premier brand of Toyota, and those when you get into those, you're getting into some serious price, but you're also getting some serious quality. Excuse me. Hello, dear friend. Where are you from? Well, man, I'm in Canada. I'm back. Tolga, good to see you. I'm glad you've been sitting around in the background listening. Thank you. They said they're going to finish the maintenance in 1.5 hours. I'm glad I've charged all my devices before. You had blackout, did you? British cars are pretty reliable. I bought a 2024 Jag F-Pace SVR. It's pretty reliable. You know what? I'm going to be honest with you. J-Horse, the British car market, I'm not all that experienced with. Right? I'm really not all that fucking experienced with. You know, we got Range Rovers over here, and they are nice. You know, I got a friend of mine, he's got one with the supercharged V8, all the bells and whistles. And it's a gorgeous, gorgeous SUV. Gorgeous car, fast as hell. You stomp on that fucking thing, and the all-wheel drive grabs hold, it'll pin you to your seat. But I don't know enough about the other British cars to make comment on them. Jags have always been Jags until Ford bought them and basically turned the Jag into a Ford Taurus. I don't know who owns Jaguar now. I don't know. Japanese hand tools, Japanese motorcycles and cars are superior in quality. Agreed. I was talking about this the other day on Motos Live. Because they're all, not all of them, but a lot of the guys over there for years have been die-hard Harley guys. And more of them are dumping the Harleys and going with the Suzukis and the Cowies and driving and riding the big cruisers, right? Driving the boulevards and everything like that. Just because, you know, you can get a 3-year-old, you know, like you can go buy a 2020 or a 2018 or 17 Suzuki Boulevard. And you can ride that for 5 years and not have any problems with it. Yet you're going to go buy yourself, spend $80,000, $90,000 in Canada for a new Heritage Softail, and that goddamn thing's going to be in a ride it for a week. It'll be in a shop for a week. Ride it for a week in the shop for a week. Nissan is the worst. You know what? I don't know. I've never owned a Nissan in my life. Never owned a Nissan in my life. Parts for Nissan are hard to find in Jamaica. You have to source it. And probably pay a fortune to get it in. The Nissan GTR, nice car. Nice car. Never driven one. Seen a million of them. Never driven one. I wouldn't mind if somebody handed me the keys to one and said, here, go take that for a rip. I'd definitely do it. Jamie, give it a break, would you hear? Thanks. Appreciate it. Hi from Carol. Got ya. But give it a break. My buddy has a Subaru out by 2019, 74,000. It's third engine. Well, I stand corrected then. I got a 350Z. Again, you know what? I've never driven one. They're gorgeous to look at. I was in Nissan when I was buying the new car last year. I was in the Nissan dealership, but I wasn't buying a Nissan. I was looking at one of their used vehicles on their lot, and they had one of the new 350s in the showroom. I think it was a 350, and it was in the showroom, and the goddamn thing looked like it was doing 90 miles an hour sitting still. Absolutely beautiful car. I tried to get into it. Literally, I can't get in the car. I got to put it on, right? But good-looking car. TRD Pro. 1,000 wheel horsepower, all-wheel drive Civic is a beast. Yeah, you better reinforce the frame on that. British cars are super overpriced. You know, again, I don't know. I got like Buck Cragrat, he's from England. Robert's from England. Nomadic Brett, he's from England. He lives here now, though, but I don't know what the price market is on the English cars, British cars. I don't have a clue. What do I think about Mitsubishi cars? They're cheaply made. You get what you're paying for. They're cheap. They're cheap. Probably the cheapest cars on the market to buy. Like if you're just buying like a little Lancer, or you're buying like one of their SUVs. You buyer beware. You get what you pay for. They're cheap cars. They're cheap to buy. But you know, you close the door and instead of hearing a thud, you get a ting. You know. So yeah, you get what you pay for. You get what you pay for. That the reason they have a 10-year warranty on them. There's a reason for that. Because it's the only thing that gets you into the showroom to buy them. You barely ever see a Jaguar in Jamaica. Well, here's the thing about any car in Jamaica, unless they make them. I don't know if Jamaica has their own manufacturers of cars, but everything has to be imported. So on top of you know the regular sticker price tag of the car, you're paying probably a real serious hefty fucking import tax or an import fee, which gets passed on to the buyer. Subaru is where it's at. Love the Boxster motor. I'm not crypto junkie. I'm not a Subaru expert in any means. A guy next door to me, he's got one. He's got an Outback. He loves it. It's his third or fourth one. He swears by them. Will not buy anything but a Subaru. Absolutely stands by it. The M90 M3 has been well. Well, BMW, it's one of those things with the M3s. What year is your M3? It's probably not a new one, right? The new M3s, they're not reliable. They are not reliable. If you've got one that's like 2008, 2015, yeah, they're much more. There was something about them, and they was not as problematic. The new M3s, man, BMW is having a fucking hard time with them right now. Does your mind melt that the most of your viewers are men? No. M109R. That's the bike I'm going after, Crypto Junkie. That is the bike I am going after out in Alberta here. I'm just being very. I don't know. You guys tell me if I'm just being silly about this, okay? I think I'm being overly picky. I'm looking for that 1 in a million bike, and there's a lot of boulevards out here. The 109Rs, they're for sale, and I've been going through them and phoning and talking and this and all that kind of shit. But let me fucking tell you, I had the opportunity last fall to pull a trigger on a 2-bike deal, and I had it all set up, and I balked and backed out at the last minute, and then somebody else grabbed them. I should have pulled the trigger on that. I don't know what the deal is with me. I keep finding it, but it's like, then I'll find something I don't like about it, and I don't know, I'm being too picky. But that is the bike I'm looking for, right? That is the bike I'm looking for. Rams up here was the best pickup of choice, but in the latest couple of years, I'm seeing more Tundras and F-250s. That's the same out here, right? Alberta is the big three, right? Dodge, Ford, and Chev, GM are the three big out here. But we are seeing more and more Tundras, right? It's pickup truck country out here. I think I'm the only fucking guy in all of Alberta that doesn't own a pickup truck. You walk up and down my street, and there'll be 2 cars in the driveway. One will be mom's SUV, and the other will be a pickup truck. Every driveway, pickup truck. There's always, I'm the only guy that doesn't have one. But yeah, we're seeing, I say we, but I say me, I'm seeing a big difference. There are more and more Tundras out on the road right now. And what we're seeing as well is not just out on the road, but it's up on the oil patch. I think the fucking guys up there for years have always walked into the Dodge, you know, and bought every 2 years, they'll buy 30 new Dodge Ram, you know, 250 or 2500 or 3500, you know, heavy trucks. And they'll buy 20 or 30 of them, and then they hand in the other ones because they're just beat to shit and garbage running the oil patch. I think what's happening is a lot of the oil companies and a lot of the other associated companies that are related to oil and gas up here, they're starting to take a chance with the imports, not with the Hondas, obviously, but with the Toyotas. Toyotas are starting to build trucks, and you know what? They're outlasting and outworking the goddamn Fords and GMs and Dodge Rams. I think, I'm not saying, don't quote me on this. I think Alberta is still primarily Dodge, right? The Dodge Rams are still the big boys out here, but Jesse James, sorry, I'm missing comments here. 325i BMW. Man, as long as you've got a 5-speed. The BMWs are looking like Toyotas now. No, not really. I'm thinking you can still pick off a BMW from a good mile away and know that you're looking at a BMW. I wouldn't want a BMW just because when they start to go bad, your best way is to sell them, and because they're very expensive to fix. All right, and they're slobber knockers, right? If you've got a BMW and you look in your driveway and it's not dripping oil, that means it's out of oil, right? Those things are slobber knockers. They really are. Well, that's a whole different area, right? BMW drivers are the worst. That's a whole different life right there. What about Hondas? Mark, I got no problem with Hondas. I love Hondas. Mitsubishi are a zombie maker. Tons of debt since GFC. I don't know. I don't know if they're in debt or not. All I know is they make cheap vehicles. You know, you can buy, for example, a pretty much loaded out Mitsubishi Eclipse Cross, which is what I bought. You can get that for like 30 grand. And I don't mean you're not loaded out like an X series fucking BMW or Mercedes E-Class fucking SUV, but it's still a Mitsubishi. But you can get favorable options in that thing, and you're under 30 grand or less. What does that tell you, right? $30,000 or less. That's got to tell you something right there. Lesbians love Subarus. I've heard that. No, it's not a new one. So you're gonna agree with me though, right? The new M3s, the older M3s, the 2008s, the 15s. That's where you want to be with the M3s. I have a Volvo XC70 2003, 500,000 clicks. No problems, just regular schedule. Yeah, well, the Volvos, I think at Volvo at one point, they were rated the safest car in the world for like 20 years in a row, right? For 20 years in a row, the Volvos had the best record for safety and whatnot. TRD Pro, the B58 and S58 is a great engine. I loved my 1200R. What up, chat? Good to see you. Whose problem is that if you don't own one? Yeah, it's nobody. If you don't own one, you don't have a problem. I don't want a vehicle unless I'm using it to make money. Well, unfortunately, this day and age, you need one if you want to make any kind of money doing anything. I have a Toyota Velfire. I don't even know what that is. Study with me. What is a Velfire? What would it give me? Something I can compare it to. What's it compared to? Is it a Toyota Supra, a Toyota Toyota Tercel? What is it? Features installed to fail to get you into the dealership. Well, they don't. That's the thing, right? And my brother will be the first one to tell you this, right? My brother's a car guy, and he's been in the car business for fucking 20 years. They don't make a lot of money on new car sales, on the sale of each car. Where they make their money is on the back end, on the financing and on the warranties. And then once that car gets out on the road and it's out there, it's the coming back, right? And I agree with you. Right? Features are installed to fail to get you back into the dealership. Here, the Tundra lasts longer underground than the Hummers. Although, don't get me wrong, Greg, if I had a Hummer, if somebody offered me a Hummer, I'd buy it. I'd love to fucking have one. One of the old H1s, the original Hummers, I'd love one of those. Do you see a lot of Teslas up your way? Yeah, they're here. A lot of them down here, mostly from the I-5 corridors. Oh, fuck yeah, they're all over the place up here. Teslas are all over the fucking place up here. Teslas are here. all the electric vehicles, every manufacturer that puts out an electric vehicle or hybrid up here, they've got them all. They're all over the place up here in Canada. Hyundai also has pretty reliable models. Oh, yeah, we were saying that earlier, Tolga. Yeah, Hyundai has now upped their game. But when you got to realize, like, Hyundai used to be at the bottom of, like, you'd have Honda and Toyota were the two top dogs, right? And then Hyundai and Kia and whatever like that, and then Mitsubishi and Subaru. But Hyundai upped its game and started building much better vehicles, much better cars and SUVs. And they've done a great job. They do make good cars. That Hyundai Palisade, holy shit, that is a beautiful SUV. I would buy one. And they're not that poorly priced. Like a loaded out Hyundai Palisade, I think starts at about 65 grand. And then if you load it up with options, you're into the $70,000 area, which still isn't bad. You can't go buy an Acura MDX fully loaded for fucking 70 grand, right? You can't go buy a Jeep Grand Cherokee fully loaded for 70 grand. So they're not poorly priced. They're great cars, but the build quality on them, they've come a long way from the Hyundai Pony. Let me tell you. But with that, they've also upped the price, right? You're paying for. Gay men will try to pick you up when driving a BMW. Taranis has two BMWs in his driveway, just in case anybody knows and wants to know, right? Do you get attention without a father? How the hell would I know? My next car is the BMW i8 for fun. i8. Oh, that's the electric, isn't it? I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. I would not touch it. Again, if somebody handed me the keys or the fob or whatever it is you take to start those fucking things to an electric vehicle, absolutely not, man. I would turn it away. I would not even open the door and sit in it. I'd slap a for sale sign on it, or I'd put it online, and I could have it sold in about an hour if I wanted to. Poke a person. I'm not poking a person. You poke a person. What's your dream car? 1963 split window Corvette. That's my dream car. Right there. 63 split window Corvette. Yours is an 08. Well, you're right. Okay, then you're right in there where I'm talking. You've got the best model for that series. Calls for duty 3. Can I have a shout out? There you go. Volvo is strong, yeah, unless you're buying a truck, unless you're driving their trucks. What's the best vehicle you ever had? I would say it would probably, out of all the vehicles that I've owned, it would have to be one of the Hondas. I've never had, like I said, in 2008, bought a brand new Honda Odyssey, the van. Never had an issue with it. And then in 14, bought a brand new Honda Pilot. Loved it. Never had a problem with it. And then in 19, bought a brand new Honda Civic. Again, never had a problem with it. Great. Best for value, best car I ever had, it's probably been a Honda. But then, like I said, my kids have bought different cars here and there, and my daughter had a Toyota Tercel, and she ran that thing up to 400,000 kilometers, over 400,000 kilometers, and that thing never had as much as a hiccup. Fantastic car. So, best ones I've ever owned for value have been the Hondas. Hello from Grand Rapids, Michigan. We will not hold that against you there, buddy. Grand Rapids, Michigan, I've gone through there about 1 million fucking times trucking. You can't help but going through there depending on where you're going. People keep saying Bentley or similar high-grade brands never joins the Euro NCAP. They must fear. They don't know that they can't afford to call those cars to crash. It's simple like that. Fuck a warranty. Well, it depends on what you've got. If you're buying a brand new BMW, you want the warranty. Or you want the warranty, let me fucking tell you, because you're going to be driving it off the lot, going 10 miles down the road and turning it around and taking it back in. So do I, Bull. I think those original Hummers, the H1s, you know, the ones that were on the Golf and all, whatever, they used to show on TV, fantastic. It's like a Kia Carnival. Gotcha. I've never heard of a Velfire. Watching this stream while prepping for my exam tomorrow. Damien, don't do that. Fuck, you shouldn't be watching me. You can watch me, I appreciate it, but don't do it while you're studying. Oh yeah, probably I'm gonna buy a full package Gets for shopping and use it in the city. They're old, but they never being broke. I need a car for a few days and each month eventually. Go get yourself a cheap old beater, right? I'll tell you what, this ain't a cheap old beater, but I'll sell you this one right now. You buy this one and I'll send it to you. Honda is a great car. Agreed, Mark. Just get a motorcycle, Brian. Four-wheelers are the devil. I'm agreeing with that more and more. There's the man from North Crackalacky, North Carolina, Mr. Bees. Damn good to see you, man. Mark Dortman from New York City. Oh, wonderful place to visit. Horrible place to live. If you're in the city. R.I.P. Juice World. Where do you guys get these names? Damn, that's solid. Streaming and driving. Very smart. No, we're not driving nowhere. We're parked. We're parked. We're sitting here parked and we're looking out at the Alberta prairies. Nothing out there but oil pumps and cattle. Are you homeless? No, I'm not homeless. What would make you think that I was homeless? I've been homeless, but that was about 35 years ago, but no. Your moderators are the worst. Well, my moderators know what I need them to do and what's expected of them, and if you're not happy with my moderators, scroll on by. Scroll on by. I bought an e-bike for $1,400 and it gets me around San Diego better and faster than any beater. I fly through traffic. Zach, if you can do that on an electric bike, an e-bike, go for it. We've got them all over the place here. Like even in the small town where I live here, there's fucking you can't walk up a fucking sidewalk without tripping over one. I only buy a Honda for the last 25 years. Mark, I've been in the same boat since 2008, and the last new Honda I bought was in 2019. So there was 11 years that I bought brand new Hondas every couple of years. And then I went and bought, and last year I went and bought a Mitsubishi Eclipse Cross. And like I said, I was not overly thrilled with it. Are you ready to join the USA? Nevada Maverick? No, not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. Not this week, not next week or the week after. I ruined 4 e-bikes the other day with my Ford Raptor. I love hearing that. Thank you, Tino O. Appreciate you saying that, man. Bro, somebody's staring at you from behind. Nah, there's nobody back there. I'm in an empty parking lot. Somebody wants to sneak up on me. What are you going to get? You're going to get what? $50 in cash, a pack of cigarettes, and an empty coffee? Actually, hold on. Now you're going to get an empty coffee? Besides this car, not even this car, because the car is insured, the most valuable thing I have on me right now is this Zippo lighter. I've had this lighter for about 30 years. So it's the most valuable thing in this car to me. They want the car, they want the wallet, they want the fuck, they can take it. Knock themselves out. Everything I got, including the cash, is replaceable, so I'm not overly worried if somebody's going to rob me. Just bought a 2025 CRV and I love it. Oh, Mark, that's where I would go. My next one. My girl wants the Palisade, and I don't blame her. I do not fucking blame her. Fantastic SUV, built for comfort, fantastic car, performance-wise great, very comfortable, great SUV. Myself personally, if I had to choose between them, right? If I had to choose between the Palisade and I had to choose between the Honda CRV, I would take the CRV. I would take the CRV. But that's just me because of my experience with the Hondas, right? I got no problem with the CRVs. No, I just realized it was wrong about what he said, and you were driving and pissed him off. That's okay. I just got my autopilot license. Let me pull up to you one day and cook up like Breaking Bad. You want to give that a shot? Give it a shot. We'll give you Carney. Yeah, you Americans, how about that? We'll join your country, but you guys have to give up Trump and let Carney take over. You'll be giving him back in under 90 seconds, I promise you. Zach, I wasn't saying there's anything wrong with your e-bike. I just thought it was funny what Tino said about his Ford Raptor, that's all. What's up, y'all? Hot and getting humid, Central Florida. Fiddler's Green, we're not hot yet. Not hot yet. I'm at 14 degrees, 15 degrees. It's bouncing back up and down, 15 degrees. So it's comfortable. I'm wearing a hoodie and a pair of shorts. The sun is what's making it hot in here. All right, I'll be taking the hoodie off in a few minutes. Would you be interested in locking eyes and passionately kissing? No, Jaden, I did that this morning. That's why I was late getting out here this morning. I was busy taking care of that this morning, and not with you. I build tractors for a living. Well, where's the beer, mate? Well, it's if you've got it, drink it. Go for it. Have a good time with it. I don't. The federal and provincial governments of Canada prefer that I stay drug and alcohol free. When we invade Canada, we're putting the Canadians on the reservations with the First Nations people. They'll love that. They'll love that. When you invade Canada, go ahead and try that. See how that works for you. Are you surprised? Are you surprised Canada voted for Carney? Absolutely. I was absolutely fucking baffled what it was, and it's hard to figure out what demographic or not demographic or what generation put him over the edge. I think it was the boomers that did it for him, because 90% of the boomers in Canada are liberal. And there's still enough of them around, and they put him over the top and gave him that win. Now, mind you, he's got a minority government, so he can't fart without permission. But, fuck, man, the Liberals won it. How they won it is beyond me. I thought for sure we'd be dealing with Pierre right now. Mohammed, good to see you. Thanks for popping in, saying hi. Tino, why don't you and Zach cool your jets a bit? Take it easy. Be nice, right? We don't do any fighting. We don't do any fighting and bashing in the chat. You guys can say your piece. You've said it. Now let it go. Zach, same with you. Say your piece. You've said it. Let it go. Keep it down. Morning, Andy. Good to see you, man. How are you? The sun is what makes everything hot. Well, I beg to differ. This outside, the sun is what makes everything hot. If you have a good morning before you get out of bed, that makes it hot. It's 40 degrees Celsius over here right now. Must be nice. We're going up to 25, 26, which for me is perfect weather. That's my all days, all season. If I could get 25 to 30 degrees, 25 to 26 to 30 degrees in there all year round where I live here, I'd be the happiest cat in the world. I really would. 40 degrees is fucking hot. I don't give a shit what you fucking do. 40 degrees is hot. Wake and bake. Let's get it, Uncle. Hey, Marco, if you've got it, light it, blaze it, smoke it, get it into you, son. 75 and sunny in Como, North Carolina. 75 is nice. I think that's where I'm going to be at today. 25 or 26. I think it's mid-70s, something like that. I'm not 100% sure. Mr. Buddy Smooth, nicotine is a drug. Hot shot. Hey. Thanks for the hot shot. Appreciate that. But you are correct. Nicotine is a drug like anything else. But it's not a mind-altering drug. It's not going to get me high. It's not going to get me stoned. It's not going to take away my faculties to live life. like say like cocaine or heroin or meth or fentanyl, and same with alcohol for me. It reacts like a drug. It removes my mental faculties and I can't live. So I choose not to do any of it. You smoke weed in Toronto? No, although you can if you want. What do you think about Indians? What about them? What do I think about them? What about them? We got a whole goddamn fucking mitt full of them in this country. I got no problem with them. Two of my best friends are Indians. I got two of my best friends are Indians. One of them's from Pakistan and another one's from Afghanistan. You're in the wrong place if you're trying to fucking pull something or find out or start something with that. I got no problem with Indians. Slop station, try harder, do better. It's the trees that make it hot. Okay. I'm not a fucking weatherman. What do I know? 80 degrees for you. That's awesome. I used to live in Ottawa. My favorite weather is early winter, minus 10 degrees, silent snow day with less than 2-kilometer winds. Holy, I can't say that I'm a big fan of the winters, right? I'm being Canadian. I've obviously lived through all of them, and managed to survive. But if you go from being cold to being hot, I'd rather freeze than fry any day of the week, right? I'd rather be cold than hot, right? Because if you're cold, I can put something on and I can warm back up. But once you're hot, once you've stripped down to naked and you're hot, you're fucked. You're hot, right? Can I say that I love the cold? No, I'm not a big fan of the cold. I like where I'm at right now, like 25, 30 degrees. I'm good with that. I'm good with that. I'd love to have taken CBD oil for pain, but my CDL stops me. Johnny Twofer, that's exactly where I'm at, right? That's exactly where I'm at. For medical conditions, I would love to be using CBD, right? The medicinal purpose, the medicinal things that they found that CBD can do for people, for the human body is off the charts, ridiculously good. I am a big advocate for it. I will push it. Unfortunately for me, 2 reasons I don't do it is one is I have a CDL. And it doesn't matter, even if that CBD advertises that they are 100% THC, they are not. They are not THC free. There is still a trace. I know because there was a group of us back in Toronto when I was working and living there and driving truck there. There was a group of us and we tested it, right? We actually tested it. The company that I was on with, they would do 2 tests. You'd have to do the hair follicle and then you do the piss test. The CBD, there was 2 or 3 guys that were taking the CBD and 2 or 3 guys that weren't. And all the guys that were taking the CBD failed it. And it wasn't necessarily the piss test that got them. It was the hair follicle test that got them. So I'm right there with you. What's good, Mr. Wheelburner? How you doing today? Poisey, I'm doing really well today, man. Having a really fucking good day today. Bog-eyed is back with a vengeance. We get minus 50 up here. Layers is the key. Jason, exactly. I ran the ice roads 2 years ago, and that's exactly how you do it. You don't just go and get yourself one big jacket. I learned, hold on. I learned years and years ago from all the years of doing flatbedding that you do it in layers. And then, I don't know, about 20 years ago, this old timer, he showed me properly how to layer properly. And if you do it properly, you can do it in 5 layers. And I don't even mean 5 layers of hoodies, right? You can do it in 4 layers if you're depending on your temperature. But you can get down to like minus 40, minus 50 without the big jacket on if you layer properly. And he showed me how to, and I've done it ever since. I've got videos of me up on the ice road and I'm not wearing a jacket, but I'm layered properly and I've got everything in right place. And we were up there, we were minus 50, minus 55 degrees up there. I have 2 Indian friends as well. One's from India, the other's from Indiana, and he's a Cherokee. You know what? I've got a full-blooded, not a Cherokee, Blackfoot Indian friend of mine in Ontario. A lifelong friend. I've known him since I was about 3 years old. Full-blooded. No cussing. Ah, well, it happens time to time. Wheelburner, would you rather take your chances with a glory hole? No, not a chance in hell. I'm smoking right now. Hope all is well. Chat, Calgary here. Jason, damn good to see you from Calgary. You were in yesterday, were you not, Jay? I think you were in yesterday. I'm in Strathmore, so I'm about 45 minutes or 45 miles east of you. I work in a lab. There's 192 known applications for medical use. Okay, gotta go buy all. Well, there you go. We got an education today, guys. Right? We got an education. 192 known applications for medical use for marijuana. Brian, thick blood doesn't have great flow. I know that. I am on blood thinners. I take blood thinners. I am susceptible to blood clots. I've been put out of action 3 years ago. 3.5 years ago, something like that. Ended up with 4 blood clots in my left leg and 2 in my left lung, and put me out of action for almost 6 months. I was on the sidelines. Jason, for me, it's what's that called? I've got a whole bunch of them. The top, the bottom layer is the active wear. You know, that material that I'm talking about, a long sleeve active wear. And then I will go with a t-shirt, and then I will go with a long sleeve cotton, like a long sleeve cotton shirt, like t-shirt. And then I'll usually go with, the same material that your long johns are made out of. You see that, I don't know what that is. It's a type of cotton as well. I will go with that, and then I will put on a hoodie. And with those 5 layers right there, you can sustain minus 50 degrees. Can we do some burnouts in this thing? I don't think it would be possible. I'd need a field big enough to turn an aircraft carrier around in to get this thing up to speed to bloody well do a burnout. Susie and I called it a day for the shithouse time for a beer. It's all she's already started to detox her internals with it. There you go. I have a really good friend here from Warm Springs Indian tribe. Super good dude. Yeah, exactly. When people are putting comments like that, hey, what do you think of the Indians, or what do you think of the Pakistanis? They're fishing. They're fishing. They're wanting to. That's just a comment to stir up some shit to see, if I'm gonna go, I can't stand those fucking Indians, and they come over here and they steal our jobs and they work for cheap and they take our trucks and they kill our Indians. You're not gonna get that here. It will not happen here. A few years ago, my father-in-law up in Spokane suffered a TIA mini stroke. They put him on thinners. He suffered a stroke a couple of days ago. They removed the clot from the left side of his brain. Jesus Christ, eh? Jesus Christ. It's funny how, it doesn't matter. It can hit you at any time. Now, blood clots, we as truck drivers are in a higher range. We're susceptible only because we're sitting all day and our legs are at specific angles and there's poor blood flow to the legs. Being in this industry, any industry like this, you're more susceptible to blood clots. But some people are just naturally. I'm one of those. I'd like to sit there and say, and because mine happened 21 days after I took my first COVID shot. So I'd love to sit here and blame it on COVID, and for a while I did, and went on that bandwagon and went down that boot and went down there. But you know what? You can't prove that. You can't prove it. And, I even went so far as, okay, I got when they give you your COVID shot, you give you the information, the shot, the batch number, who it was, and blah, 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 blah. So then you can go online and track that batch number. And there's websites out there that have been keeping track of the batch numbers of the COVID shots. And anybody that's had a medical problem after a COVID shot, they report it. Goes, so, there's 5,000 people that had that batch of COVID, and let's say 5,000, 3,000 of them have been blood clots. 1,000 of them have had respiratory problems. Blah 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 blah. So I jumped on that bandwagon as well. But after a while, it's whatever. You know what? So I take my blood thinners. And so far, I go back every couple of years, and they just check, give me a quick. They find them by ultrasound, right? They just slather you in gel, which ain't a bad thing if you don't. I don't mind it actually. Usually it's a girl, a woman that's on the monitor, so she takes the monitor, the device, and you strip right down, and they slather you in that, and they just go up and down your legs, checking all your main veins and your arteries and all that kind of shit, and they go through all that, and they check you out and see what's going on. I blacked out behind the wheel last year, shortness of breath, of blood to the brain. There's 100 fucking things. You know what? People get on me about smoking cigars and smoking cigarettes, and there's a million goddamn things on this fucking planet that are going to kill you long before a cigarette will. His echocardiogram shows a hole in his heart, but they want to reduce it to confirm. They think that's what's causing the clots to reoccur. Haven't heard yet if he's confirmed. Well, Bull, my thoughts are to you and your family, man. I hope this is not too it's serious. I hope it's not too serious. Hope this is a quick recovery. Why did you get the shot at all? Brian, it was one of those things that I was a diehard no. But I'm a truck driver, and I'm an owner-operator and a business owner. So in order for me to do my job, I had to get the shot. I hated to fucking do it. It broke my spirit to actually go and fucking do it. And I tried for a while to do Canada only, so I didn't have to cross the border. And I stayed Canada only, running Canadian freight back and forth, and kept it off and going as long as I could. But from a financial standpoint, I couldn't sustain it. The business couldn't sustain Canada only freight. And I eventually had to break. Something had to give. If I wanted to cross the border and go to the US and get back to work, and remember as well, during COVID, in my business, the rates went through the roof, right? We were getting $6, $7, $9 a mile freight. It was unheard of, and I was missing out on that. So, yeah, it did. You can roll your eyes and go, oh well, that's all on you, and you're right. You know what? I made that call, right or wrong. I made the call. I had to do what was best for me financially, because I couldn't just sell the truck and go work somewhere else. Study with me, Mr. B. I need to study more. You're right. Hey, more education doesn't hurt. It's just what you're educating yourself on. When did you start smoking cigarettes again? A couple of weeks ago. But they'll be done too. They'll be done too. I'm not a proud cigarette smoker, believe me. I don't endorse it. I don't even fucking really like it. That's a lie. I love it. Who am I fucking kidding? But it's a habit that's not good for me. I feel the effects of it. I do. I feel the effects of the cigarette smoke on my lungs and, my breathing and everything like that. So it's going. My mom had 2 heart attacks about 4 months after second shot. There was no tracing her shot ID. They had a doctor running around to all the heart attacks. But funny enough, right, when I went, I had to get the second shot as well. And I actually tried to slide on through with the second shot. I went to a pharmacy, I went to a pharmacy to get the second shot, because up here the pharmacies are allowed to do them. And I tried to bribe the pharmacist. Whether I'm proud of that or not, I explained to the pharmacist what had happened during the first shot, and these were the results, and this and that, and she was very, very instrumental, and I tried to bribe her. I had a bag of money there with me, and I just said to her, I said, I will give you that if you squirt that on the floor and sign that you shot it in my arm. And she thought about it. It took her a couple of minutes, and she thought about it very hard. But no, she would not do it. Now, she did give me some very good information on how to track and how to do some other things, and some other information about the shots. But it was very simple that the doctors up here were not about, because the doctors up here knew the side effects and knew that these shots were bullshit. It was just a fucking concocted milkshake. They knew that it was a load of shit, and but you would never catch any of them admitting it. And one of the doctors, especially the blood specialist that I had to go see after the blood clot, she wouldn't come right out and say, yes, Brian, COVID shot was the reason for these blood clots. What she did confirm was that her business she has been very busy as a doctor since the people started taking it. So basically she's saying that, yeah, the shot is responsible for these. But she did also say, I'm in no position to say whether it is or it isn't, because if I did publicly come out and say anything, like a couple of doctors did, next thing you know, they were sweeping or mopping the floor in the hospital. They weren't doctors anymore, right? With half our senior population on blood thinners, it really reduces your cognitive ability. No, it doesn't. My mom can't remember yesterday's conversation anymore. No wonder they voted Liberal. Well, if you want to blame that on the voting the Liberal, I'll bandwagon that motherfucker all day long. Yeah, well, here's the thing though, Bull. Here's the thing with me, and I'll say this publicly now, and I don't care. Because there was talk at one point last year that they're going to bring out a third shot and they're going to force us to take it. If they force me to take a third shot, I won't be taking it. It won't be going into my body. 2 is enough. 2 is enough. And I'm very skeptical about what happened with the first 2. So there will not be a third shot going into me. And it's funny, they still got it up in the pharmacy windows. Like, you go into a pharmacist or into a pharmacy, on the front window, get your COVID-19 shot here. I know people that have had 4 or 5 of these fucking things. Like, what the fuck's the matter with you people? Right? What the fuck's the matter with you people? Are you guys not walking around looking at what the world around you right now? I've probably had COVID fucking 4 or 5 times and didn't even know it, for Christ's sake. Just thought it was I'm having a day where I'm a little achy, I've got some aches and pains or whatever. Holy shit, man. When I hear these vaccine horror stories, it makes me so grateful that I didn't get the shot. Well, remote viewer, I'm glad you didn't, man. I'm not overly proud of trying to bribe somebody, especially a medical professional, but I did. Your first board was a Burton, and I love the hoodie. Thanks. Never been on a board in my life. I know the minute I tried to get on one of those things, I'd break my ankle, break my leg, break my hip. I'd kill myself. Your PM has already said that he's for another. All the Liberals are. You know why, Mr. Beast? Because they've got a stockpile of this shit because they bought so much of it. They spent billions on it. Canada is working on airborne vaccines. That wouldn't surprise me. Crazy how it took you 3 shots to understand. I know I didn't take a third shot. Took me 2, and unfortunately, I think I might have paid a price. Am I going to sit here and go, oh come on, yeah, the COVID shot is the reason for all my fucking aches and pains and problems? Fuck no. I had about 75% of all the problems I've got. I had long before I fucking never took a COVID shot. This guy has dementia. Nope, no dementia here. What the hell is happening? My PayPal? Nice name, by the way. Like that. I didn't get any shots. I have self-respect. Well, killing nothing but time. If I can respect that. I can respect that you stood firm and you didn't take the shot. I totally get that. You know what? I held out. I held out until my bank account was 0. And until, or even less than 0, and I held out as long as I could. But when it was a matter of, when it got to the point where I was, in danger of possibly losing my home or my business, or putting my family in dire straits, you have to make that call, right? You really have to make that call. And I don't judge anybody that did take that shot and made that call, and I don't judge anybody that didn't. If you didn't take those shots, man, more power to you. Congratulations. You'll probably live 10 years longer than I will. Do I have sources for my information? Right here, sitting in the car? No. But Novus, you can go online. Just go online if you're in Canada. Go online and punch in, just Google fucking COVID shot tracking websites. And fucking 2 or 3 of the main ones will pop up. MC, damn shot, damn straight, no shots, pure blood. Good for you, man. Good for you. Congratulations. My hat is off to you. I wish I was in that position. I didn't like the fact that they were giving them the shots, giving those shots to people that were in the hospital, that were in there for something else, and then they were told, "Oh, we have to come in and give you a COVID shot." Holy slap knobs! You over here, you couldn't even leave the house unless you got a shot. Well, that's it was pretty much the same way in Canada. Pretty much the same in Canada. You couldn't do it. I was at the Convoy. It was one of the most incredible experiences of my life. I only got what I think was COVID once. I haven't even had a slight cold or an illness since. Killing nothing but time. I was at the Convoy. So with my truck, I was in the Convoy out of Toronto, and we came up on the first day and rode into Ottawa. My truck was the 17th truck on Wellington Street, right in front of the Parliament buildings. And I've got video on my I documented the whole thing on this channel. If you go back to when the Convoy was in 2022, you will see that. Killing nothing but time. I guarantee you, at some point or another, we probably walked past each other if you were there. And yeah, we all caught it. I guarantee you, I've had COVID at least 3 or 4 times, minimum. I blame the shots for health problems I have now. You know what? It's one of those things, Crag Rat, that you easily could. You easily could. Who fucking knows, man? Who fucking knows? Let's face it. That COVID shot was nothing but a milkshake. They took the baseline for what they had from SARS, right? They took the baseline from that and they just poured a bunch of shit on top of it, put it in a blender, mixed it up, and said, "Here, you guys are all taking this." None of you will ever do any serious research or understanding until you lose someone to it. Yeah, I can understand that. You know, it does. People don't pay attention to something until it hits seriously close to home. I believe that. Getting blood clots and all that in my lung, the 2 in my lung is what was the scariest. But when you get something like that and it lays you up for 6 months and it's a scare, it did. It was enough to make me do a little bit of research to find out what the fuck was going on. Wow, good for you. I will go back and look at your videos. So many people at the Convoy had the shots. The news lied. They tried to paint us. Dude, it's a whole story of what you saw on the news and what was really happening down there. Kill nothing but time. Let me fucking tell you, it was 2 different stories. What you were seeing on Global and the National and City TV, on what you were seeing on those news agencies, was nothing to what was really happening. They were fabricating more shit daily than you could shake a stick at. My dad is laughing at all this ignorance from his grave. COVID is on the certificate. COVID was on a lot of death certificates, Corey. They cracked, again, I'm talking Canada. I don't know about the US, but I know that the hospitals were getting extra money and funding for everyone that had, for every death that was COVID related. How that worked, I don't know, but it was disgusting, right? It was disgusting. COVID was the cause of a lot of people's death, right? People did die of COVID, but the numbers are way exaggerated. Way exaggerated. My father died in 2010 from swine flu vaccine, so I don't trust any vaccines. Well, nowadays, believe me, after COVID, you know, before anybody tells me I need to take anything, believe me, I'm going to be very skeptical of it. Very, very skeptical of it. You're not just coming up and poking me with a fucking needle saying, "Here, you need to take this and you'll feel better." I still see people in masks today. I see them all over the place. You walk in, the funniest place to see them is in a mall. Walk through a mall, kill nothing but time. Walk into the mall. I don't know where you are in Canada. If you're, I'm assuming you're probably in the Ottawa area. Walk into any of the malls in Ottawa. They're all over the goddamn place, right? Still walking around with masks. I don't get it. The Racer's Edge Point. Racer Edge Point. Nice name. Nice name. Love that. What's going on, man? The vaccine bad for you, but you smoking a cig. Well, you know what? You pick your poison, Will. You pick your poison, dude. I've never in my life taken the flu shot. The flu shots have been around since the early 2000s. I've never in my life ever taken a fucking flu shot in my life. The only thing resembling a flu shot that I think I've ever taken would be that COVID shot. Never taken a fucking flu shot. I didn't buy into that. You know what? Get the flu. Once you've got it, your body builds the antibodies and you're immune, and it builds up, right? COVID shot, not so much. I notice all these immigrants from India, they keep coming. They come and they go. I think it creates an illusion of that our population hasn't declined drastically. I don't know. I can't say whether I've seen them increase or decline. I say there's been more of an increase than a decrease. All present Masons only. Present nature. Cool tool. What the luck tool cool. Holy fuck, man. What a title on that one. Luck cool tool. Nice handle on there. Sounding good. Looking good. Sounding good. Blocks the ACE2 receptors. What's that? The flu shots or the COVID shots? I think the COVID shot was supposed to be his amped up version of the fucking flu shot, right? An amped up version of the flu shot. That's all it is. Give me a couple of seconds here. The camera's going to wobble. I just got to plug my phone in here. My apologies. There we go. Only shots I like taking are Jack Daniels. Crag Rat, I wish I was in your shoes. I wish I could do that. The Chinese population is way less than they say. It just came out that China only has 800 million people now. I don't know. What were they saying? They were over 1 billion, were they not? I don't know if it's true or if it's not. I know that you can't sustain a population like that. But maybe you can. Look at India. India's fucking, I think they're the biggest population in the world. They're, I don't know, what are they at? A couple billion people? 1.6, 2 billion? I don't know. I think the shots help you recover faster, but our body does just the same time at the same time. And that's what but they didn't push that, right? They were saying that the COVID shot was a cure, was a vaccine. Well, that's not what a vaccine is. A vaccine is like the measles vaccine. You get the shot and you will not get the measles. The mumps vaccine, you get the shot, you will not get. With the COVID vaccine, it's not a vaccine. You will still get COVID, but maybe based on the chemicals they put in your body, the effects won't be as harsh. That's not a vaccine, right? That's not a vaccine. And in my opinion, it's just my opinion. Fuck, take what you want from it. Let your body do the work, right? Unless, of course, there's the seniors that, if the seniors and you've already got respiratory problems and whatever, like that underlying conditions, I could see maybe taking the fucking shot, but no. For people, the general population, no. But if you're going to push something as a vaccine, it better be a fucking vaccine. What's my name? My name is Brian. Nice to meet you, man. Like a lot of people haven't croaked. They lost 300 million people. India is 1.46 billion now as Google says. Google knows everything, so. But you need more shots. No, we're not taking any more shots. Why didn't they find anyone dead of COVID in their homes? I don't know what the statistics on that would have been, but I would actually, no reply, that's actually a good point. Most of the deaths occurred for people that were already in the hospital. Morning from LA, land of high crime, insane homelessness, fires, and earthquakes. Well, Mitchell, what the hell are you doing there? Most of your countrymen or statesmen are moving over to fucking Texas. What are you doing? What are you, a glutton for punishment? I had COVID and I farted. Well, that's just about as easy as it can be. There's currently a hepatitis A outbreak in California, and they are encouraging people to get jabbed up. Dude, and there's the other fucking thing, though. Here's the other thing to that. Who is telling you this? And who do you trust? Me, myself, personally, I have to, when something like that comes out, now because of the way the world is and what's happened to us in the past with COVID, who do I trust? Who do I listen to? Am I going to listen to my government that says, oh, let's just say there's a hepatitis A outbreak, da-da-da-da-da, you need to get this shot? Am I going to listen and believe that? I'm very skeptical. I'm not going to just jump on board just because some government agency or some government official said something like that. You have that RFK Jr. syndrome, going to catch measles, G. I had the measles shot when I was a kid. I got all the vaccinations when I was a little baby and a little boy or whatever like that. I had them all. I've never had the measles. I've never had the mumps. I've never had anything. I've had a runny nose and a cold and probably COVID about 4 times. Exactly. Exactly. My doctor asked me if I wanted another COVID shot. I said, for what? He never responded. India has the second largest military in the world, over 1.4 million active personnel. Pakistan has 560,000 active personnel. I wonder who will win the war over there. Well, as long as they don't nuke each other. I don't know. I'll be honest with you. I don't mean to sound callous. Kill nothing but time. I don't mean to, honestly, I don't care. I don't care. We got our own problems in this country, right? We really do. We got our own problems in this country. Stephanie, Stephen, good to see you. Stephanie, my apologies, Stephen. Ignorance is bliss, and sometimes it is. California is the fifth largest economy in the world. It is. Michelle, I know that. Funny, eh? If you think about California, I said this yesterday, California's population is greater than my entire country in Canada. There's only 45 million people in Canada. I think the population of California is 75 or 45 or 47 million people. You know, your population in California is bigger than my entire country. Kill nothing. Look at Russia and the Ukraine. Russia has way more military personnel, and if you think about it, what they've actually done, they haven't done anything. Most of the lines have been the same since 2014. Agreed. Yeah, of course they would. They wouldn't want to lose human capital. That's a very good point. Exactly. Exactly. They're making money on every shot that they're given, so if they can keep selling them, they're going to keep making money. I'm back. Had to step out, but I hope you have a great weekend. And Chicken Hawk. Chicken Hawk ducked out. He's not around. I don't think I haven't seen him around. He might be in the background listening. I got all the vax with my own consent. I have no any contact with anyone, though I could easily say no too. Yeah, well, if you're isolated and you live in an area and you're pretty isolated, you know, there's no reason for you to take that shot. And again, even if you're not, I still, see no reason to take the shot or any more of these fucking shots. We can turn a blind eye to it, but I think their war escalating will being more refugees and immigrants here. I can't say that I disagree with you. When there's a war anywhere, somehow or another, their refugees end up here. I never got the shot. I'm fine. Melinda, I'm glad to hear that. I am absolutely fucking thrilled to hear you say that. I'm glad. Now, Melinda, I'm going to ask you, did you ever get COVID? Right? Did you ever get COVID? And if you did, your body built up, you got it, you lived through it, you felt shitty for a couple of days or whatever. And then, your body built the antibodies and away you went. Texas and Florida are gunning for that number 5 spot. I would say Texas probably before Florida, but yeah. Sorry, I didn't see where COVID lessens health expectancy. Can you please say where I could find articles related to health expectancy? Novus, there's not articles about life expectancy or anything like that I've seen. All I was saying earlier was that there are websites where you can track when you got your COVID shot. They gave you a card or they gave you the information that showed that you took, this shot on this day, and this is the batch number that shot came from, and then you can track that batch number. Good afternoon from Cobalt, Ontario. Jeanette, I know where you're at. Cobalt, Ontario. I used to live in Camden. Not too far away from you. I'm more worried about the bird flu than I am at COVID at this point. Dude, exactly. John, Pureblood's in the house. Stand loud and proud, dude. I have nothing but admiration for any of you that did not take that shot. That you guys are purebloods and you've never taken the COVID shot. I admire you guys all to death. My hat is off to you, sir. How does COVID vaccines lessen your life expectancy? Does it? There's no, well, I'm not going to say there's no written proof or documented proof that it does lessen your expectancy. But when you can take a drug that had no clinical trials, that had no testing, that had fucking nothing, all they had was a baseline from the SARS, and they make a concoction in under X amount of days, and next thing you know, they're putting it in your arms. I can't say that that's a good thing. I can't say that's a good thing. I think I got COVID once, refused to take a test. I think those tests, there's something damaging in them. Who knows? I haven't been to the doctor in 13 years. It must be the ganja. Keep it going then. Tested positive for civil COVID twice. Two different experiences. I can't say because I didn't test. I never tested. I'm assuming, based on what the symptoms are and the way that I felt, I'm just assuming that I had it. And you know what? I lived through it. So, how about them Bears? Nobody wants to talk about COVID anymore. Really, we lived, you know what, guys? We lived through it. It's a fact of life. Is it still out there? Who's to say? Probably. Probably. Is it out there? I'd probably say, yeah, it's still floating around. But, COVID nowadays is about as common as you catch a flu. It's the common cold. Hey, shut up. I'm trying to sleep here. Hey, shut up. I'm trying to talk here. Quit sleeping. I'm trying to talk here. Misinformation is real. I do believe that. Yeah, California is gaining because they continues to count illegal immigrants, which ultimately secures more Democratic seats in the House. Ever since I was a kid, I've always known that California is going to be a blue state. And it never will. It'll never be red. Until everybody either die, all the Democrats die off and leave, or they leave, and a new generation of people come in and they're all Republican. I don't see it ever happening. It had trials, but look, I do agree with the point that you can suspect the trial. What were the trials? I kind of really looked into this. The trial. Let's just say, Novus, that you are creating a new drug, okay, and it's for fucking an antifungal. I don't fucking know, whatever. Now, in order for you to create, you have to have. You're probably going to sink $1 billion into research and development into the drug, and then you're going to present it to the FDA. This is what the drug is done, and we've done our in-house trials. And then the FDA is going to make you do... all of these trials take years. Fucking years. Drugs don't just get made and then 30 days later they're on the market being used. That just doesn't work that way. Whether you're in Canada or the US, right? A new drug that comes out on the market, I guarantee you that drug has been in trials for years. So with the COVID shot, There was no years of fucking of testing. Nothing. Did they do some trials and tests for the time that they had? Yeah. They all, and most of that was already done because, like I said, when they built the COVID shot, when they made this shot, they used the baseline from the SARS, right? From SARS. SARS is another form of COVID, just a different strain just off to the side. So they used what they had with SARS and they built off it. And the build off part is the untested part. So did they have a tested? Yeah, they had a tested baseline, but did they have a tested and proven shot? No, absolutely not. I also think that COVID is gone at this shot. Yeah, it could. Explain why Americans have a worse life average lifespan compared to literally any other developed nation with healthcare. As they live longer, the Americans, even though we pay the most in healthcare. That is a question, Disco XP, that you'll be asking yourselves for the next fucking 100 years. No reply. California is definitely a red state, but the blue cities are huge. You know what? I will believe that. I will take an education here. I'm wrong. Maybe not a blue state. It's the blue cities that keep the people in power. We were the trials. Exactly. We were the trials. Texas, the new California. Yeah, be careful. Speaking of Texas and California, when are you going to Texas there, Freeway? During COVID, the UK Prime Minister was promoting the British COVID vaccine to the Brazilians 3 months before we knew about it. Go figure. There is no country that can handle another curfew or restrictions. Well, I don't think that'll ever happen again. From a financial standpoint, Tolga, from a financial standpoint, I don't think that can happen again. The U.S., absolutely. If they shut down the U.S. again, or they shut it down even worse than they did last time, say within 30 days, the country would be fucking in disrepair. You wouldn't be able to do it. Glass Magical, can I ask a question? Knock yourself out. The public was the test subject. Agreed, 100%. And medical malpractice is the third leading reason for death in the United States. Saphir, I don't know. Again, I don't know what these are when you guys put this up there, but it makes sense to me. I could certainly say I could agree with that. My great-grandmother lived to 107 years old. My family has been in America since before the Revolutionary War. That comment is BS. Again, I don't have any kind of stat to get on it, but I will say this. My great-grandmother lived in her 90s, late 90s. My grandmother, one of my grandmothers, just passed away last year. She lived into her 90s. Both of my parents are still alive. My father is 80. My mom is 77. So, you know, they're still living. So I could agree with the age thing. It's one of those things that goes back and forth. You can argue for the fact that we're not living as long, but you can also look at what's going on, right? We've got citizens now, mind you. The generation that's living long right now are the boomers, right? My parents are boomers, so they're the ones that are still alive, and they're living the longest. The test of time will be my generation. How long are my generation living? I don't know how old you are, right? So I'm 55 years old. So will my generation live into their 80s and 90s and be comfortable at that? Or will my generation be the generation that starts dropping dead in their 60s and early 70s? I don't know. We're gonna have to stay tuned, folks. We're gonna have to stick around and find out, right? You can't fix stupid. No, you can't. You can ignore it though. Dude, you know the Philippines? No, I don't know the Philippines. Never been. Thoughts on tariffs? I will just say this, because if we go down this road, I'll be here fucking till noon tomorrow. I'm going to say this. Trump put the tariffs in place with a good idea, right? Because when you guys think about it, back when tariffs and taxes all started, okay, tariffs were the main source of income for the federal government. It wasn't taxes. right? There were no taxes back then. It was tariffs. And the tariffs were where they got their money. So Trump was thinking, okay, let's put the tariffs on and fill the coffer, right? The federal bank account was very low, and what he needed and what he needs, and it was a quick infusion of cash. And that's what Trump needed. And he got it. Now, the tariffs, in the long term, the longer they're on, the more they're hurting. Now, I'm a Canadian and you guys are Americans. The tariffs, are they hurting me? Yes, because all of, anything that we buy from the US has now been tariffed as well. But the fact of the matter is, the United States buys more from Canada than we buy from you. Okay? So are the tariffs hurting you more than us? Absolutely. Your industry and manufacturing has been hurt a whole lot more than ours has. The Canadians, if we had to, could shut down the border and sustain ourselves. We are a self-sustaining country. We can still do that. It would hurt us. We'd be in a recession and we'd have to go through all of that, but we could survive. America cannot do that. You guys are not the powerhouse manufacturing, build it all, build it big, build it great that you used to be. You guys outsource fucking everything. So what Trump's doing now is he's slapping tariffs now on everything coming back into the U.S. to force all those U.S. companies like Carrier that took their business and took the whole company and all their manufacturing and went to Mexico, and all those other big companies in the U.S. that used to build great things and employ that left because they could do it for fucking 5 cents on the dollar or somewhere else. He's trying to bring them all back. And that's what he's trying to do. Is it working? I don't know. I can't say. I don't know. But that's where we're going with the curfews, with the fucking tariffs. Not going to Texas, maybe to Oregon and Tennessee, not sure. But get the hell out of Cali. Never followed a curfew or a restriction. I ignored COVID. No reply. Good on you. I got into a little bit of trouble because I refused to mask up. I absolutely refused to mask up. I would not mask up. So when we were allowed to leave the house, but you had to wear the mask. I would not. So if we were going into a store or we were going somewhere and they were telling you had to wear a mask, I wouldn't. And I'd go in. And I'll just give you a simple example. A Walmart up here, you had to wear a mask to go into the store. And I wouldn't. I just walk in. And then, of course, you got the greeter going, sir, you need to put a mask on. I go, yeah, okay. And I just keep on walking. And I'd make sure I had a plan of when I was going into Walmart, what I was going in for. So I knew exactly where I had to go, what I had to get, and get the fuck out. And by the time I'd get to where I was going in the store, I usually had not the greeter. The greeter would then alert somebody else, and then I'd have somebody on the floor going, sir, you need to put on a mask. And I'd be, yeah, okay. Then I'd grab my whatever I was getting, and they'd follow me around until the point that I would have the manager or a manager with me saying, sir, you need to put on a mask or you need to leave. And then I just look at the guy. I'd have my basket full of my shit, and I'd be about 10 feet or 15 feet away from the cash register. And it's like, well, okay, I'll tell you what, I'll put this basket down and I'll walk out of your store. You can let me buy my shit and I'll just leave. And 9 out of 10 times I was allowed to buy my shit and just fucking leave. I would not mask up. I did get into some shit. One time, unfortunately for me, the police were already there for another reason. I had a cop saying to me, like, you're going to have to come out of here and da-da-da-da-da. But I didn't go to jail. But I refused to mask up. Yet, my husband, who's 65, died, and he had his knee medically malpracticed and his hip. Another one of my husbands died, and he was a medical test subject. He died at 45. My other husband died at 65. Saphir, don't ever ask me to marry you. Who died at what age? Exactly. I agree with that. Saphir, I absolutely 100% agree with you. I am a healthcare homeopathic organic nurse. Homeopathic. That's a hell of a name. That's a hell of a thing to make a guy like me with no teeth say. That's a horrible word to say. California is a good state. ITS has been good to me ever since my arrival 5 decades ago. I have nothing then. I'm now retired with my family and $100K in retirement and pension in America. You know what, man? Romo, I'm not saying everybody in California is in hard times and disarray. There's obviously people there that do well, that live. They can take care of themselves. But if it's so goddamn good, why is there a mass exodus? Why are people leaving? Right? It's the same in other countries, right? Other third world countries that are trying to get into to Canada or to the U.S. If things are so good in your country, why are you leaving? If things are so good in California, why are people leaving? But good for you, man. Good for you. If you've got your shit together and you're living a comfortable life in California, California is beautiful. I don't blame you for wanting to live there. It's a gorgeous state. Absolutely fucking gorgeous. Oceans, and you guys got oceans, you got mountains, you got deserts, you got fucking everything. It's gorgeous fucking state. It's a great place to visit. I wouldn't want to live there. Ivan, my name is Brian. Good to see you. I don't want to come to I don't want to come to Tennessee. The roads aren't built for the influx of all the blue state residents fleeing. You don't want to go to Texas, you mean? Or Tennessee? Yeah. The roads aren't built. Same, no mask. They called the cops on me, and the cops never did anything. No, they give you a warning. You're supposed to be wearing a mask. Yeah, I know. Right? Meanwhile, you talk to the cop off to the side, and the first thing he says, he's like, man, I'm really sorry to have to say, I'm sorry to have to do this. They're apologizing to you for enforcing the law or the rule to put on the mask. And that's the thing. It wasn't a law, right? It was a fucking rule. It wasn't a law. I wasn't breaking any fucking laws. I was breaking Walmart's fucking rule. Well, Walmart can suck a bag of dicks. Believe me, Walmart did quite well during COVID. Do you miss slavery? Where the fuck do you come up with this shit? I could glide all the way to Baja with these ears, eh? That's not bad. I might try that. Breaking policy. Stephen, exactly. Breaking policy. Policy is not a law. Exactly. Every one of us at some point or another breaks policy. I don't give a fuck if you're an angel. You're going to break a policy. Had a customer pissed off and called the cops while sitting in our lobby to complain about us not wearing masks. And the cops walked in, and cop walks in without a mask. There you go. There you go. Still talking about COVID. I remember my first beer. Oh. I can't remember my first beer. I can't remember. My first beer, I was young. Alcohol was freely given away in my house, right? Between my mother and father, two of them very active alcoholics. Between my mother and father, there was not a problem as a young boy walking around my house, especially in the basement where my father had a really nice bar built and all this, and him and my grandfather built a real nice rec room down there. So it wasn't uncommon, even at a very, very young age in my home, to be walking around and, here, boy, have a swig of that. So I can't remember my first beer. Ryan can't remember his last beer. Yeah, the bank robbers love COVID. They go into the bank masked up, no questions asked. I think there was a whole bunch of shit that went on with that as well. The worst Walmart could do is trespass you. That's fine. Trespass me. Moderator, I could choke you out if you want to try something new. Oh, who you picking on now? Weed and alcohol and cigarettes. Sorry. Was readily available in my house as a kid. Same thing. Both my parents smoked. Weed, not so much. My mom smoked weed. At one point, we had a little grow up going into get this, my dad was a cop, and back then weed isn't legal, and my mom and her sister are growing it in the back, thinking they're hiding it from my father. That was brilliant. Your president spoke like a real estate agent, knowing that he is a businessman, especially with Mr. Musk. Well, he's not my president. I don't have a president. I have a prime minister. I'm Canadian. All criminals love the mask. Oh, they went nuts, didn't they? My mom, Jimmy, seriously, your mom is still asking if you got another company. No, And like I said before, you can go into any of the pharmacies around here, and they're still got it on their window, right? They still got it on their window. Get your COVID shot. COVID shots available. Come and get them. They're still selling them because they're still making money on them. They want the revenue. I just wish you people would open your eyes and realize laws don't matter. Some degrees, I disagree with that. I think that some laws are absolutely made to be broken, 100%. But do they not matter? If you're a father and you've got a daughter and she's been brutally raped, do you want those laws enforced? That's going to happen to that that's going to happen to that rapist? I bet you do. I bet you do. But other laws that they've got in place, they need to be, they're just made to be broken. Absolutely made to be broken. Oops, I just found my last beer, but some jackass drank it. That was you yesterday. Laws are part of a civilized society. Stephen, I agree to a point with that. It's when the laws that are being made by the people, when the people that are making the laws that are making them for their own advantage, not for the good of society. There is a lot of that, man. There really is. Not every law that's put out there for the good of society. It's because fucking politicians or big business, it's going to benefit them, not the people. To a degree, the laws, we need laws to be a civilized society. We do. I agree with that. I do. I'm going to cook 70 ounces. Walter White, you go give it a shot. If someone raped my daughter, they would never make it to the trial. Well, I was using that as a very harsh example. Freeway, I'm the same way. Okay, I'm the same way. Like, I guarantee you. Well, with 6 daughters that I've got, if any one of them is ever fucking, raped or anything like that, that cocksucker's not going to make it to trial. He won't even make it to his prison cell. I guarantee you. Remember this always. Knowledge is key to the perception of power to the heart. Saphir, that is very well said. Absolutely very well said. There is nothing wrong with more knowledge, but there is always something wrong with more power. Think about that. Laws don't matter if the judges won't enforce the penalties. Well, and that's another whole realm there, Ryan, right? Hey, man, if you want to smoke, I'll give you one. Come up and get it. I want a license plate, 999. FU, 999. Turn it upside down. I think people have their own laws. Never heard of a child predator having a happy time in prison. Novus agreed. And that's society. That's society coming back on you, right? Even fucking rapists that go to if you're a child rapist and you go to prison and you're in a room with a guy that committed murder, that murdered another person, but it wasn't a child, you're not going to live. You're not going to live. I can't remember my first name when I drank my last beer. That's fucking hilarious. That's fucking hilarious. Unfortunately, when I drank, and I'm a recovered drug addict and a recovered alcoholic, so I don't drink or do drugs now. But unfortunately, when I drank, I did not black out. Right? I did not black out. So that means I remember every single low down, shitty, rotten thing I ever did. I really do. And sometimes that sucks, but on other hands, it's good. It's a reminder. It reminds me that, you know what, it's not any better out there. Are you guys never thought that our school system is now turning into a juvenile prison? It's not turning into a juvenile prison, but it is not, certainly not the school system that, say, I grew up in, where they would teach you. There's no teaching going on these days, you know. All the teachers have long retired. Now they're daycare centers. That's all they are. Schools today are daycare centers that are put in place to daycare you to death from this age to this age and then spit you out into the world. That's all that is. Not big on the daycare centers these days. And I say that because I know what I went through when I was in school, right? All through school and high school and everything like that until they graciously asked me to leave in high school. And then I watched what each of my kids went through in school and the difference in the education system. You know, you can see the difference. It's like night and day. And now the school system today, all my kids are growing up and have left home now, right? My oldest is 33 and my youngest is 23. So, you know, they've all grown up and left home. But the school system now certainly can't be any fucking better than it was back then. I'm not going to say that. Yeah, but you know what, John? We've been drinking water with fluoride in it since I was a kid. Pick your battles, buddy. You know, that's the way I look at it. Pick your battles. You need to ban vapes. You know, I think Kamala Harris needs to pull her head out of her ass, or any other politician that's saying ban vapes. You got bigger fish to fry and bigger problems in your country than vapes or cigarettes. You really do. There's bigger fish to fry and bigger problems to be taken care of than vapes. Honestly. Honestly, I do believe that. There's going to be World War III. Messi fan? People don't realize it. Me, you, all of us. At any given time, we're probably that far away from World War III, and we just don't even know it. Right? We just don't know it. There's probably been fucking the last year, we've been that close to World War III, and we never knew it. Right? Who fucking knows? Discos, I know that. They did that in Canada here. I know because one of my daughters runs a vape shop, and it absolutely it didn't kill her business, but it really hurt her business when they took the flavors out, right? And that was exactly because it was targeting the kids. Yeah, I get that. They did that. But again, you got bigger. How about educating the kids? How about educating the parents and then educating the kids so that the kids don't vape? I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there, man. I'm just, I'm not arguing with you or disagreeing with you. I'm not. Do I believe in aliens? I think you'd be ignorant to think that we are the only living beings in the universe. I think, do I believe in aliens? I'm one of those. If one's here or they land, okay, they're here. But do I say that I believe in aliens? I don't fucking know. But you have to have an open mind about the fact that, you got to think that we as human beings on planet Earth cannot be the only ones out here. The numbers are infinite. So there's got to be something else out there. They just have their spaceship just hasn't made a left turn at Albuquerque and found Earth yet. That's all. Gloria, you're a believer? Hey, good on you, man. What are my thoughts on medical cannabis? 100%. 100%. I think the medical cannabis and the medicinal purposes and uses for it are off the chart. Somebody in here who works in a lab earlier said that they've come up with now 192 different uses for medical marijuana. So I'm not going to argue with that. I would agree. And now nobody knows how his leg got broke at school. But because my disabled child cannot speak, we cannot get the truth. That's the point. There's traces of water on the moon, Mars and moons of Jupiter and Saturn. Life is out there. Stephen, I agree, right? We would be ignorant to think that there's nothing else, that we are the only ones. That's just pure ignorance. Because when you've got a number that's infinite, how can you say? Now, am I going to say that the aliens are going to show up in human form? Fuck, I don't fucking know. For all we know, they're already here, but they were like, they take a form of some animal. Who fucking knows? You can get implants for your teeth. No, I'm not doing implants. The teeth are coming. John, the teeth are coming. I got to go there actually this afternoon and for another fitting. So I'm getting the whole mouth's getting done. I should have a full set of teeth in about a week. Well, maybe 10 days, something like that. Van 65 Turkey, there you go. Sonia says, yikes, we're already here. Yeah, I bet the average people can afford it. Who knows? Who knows what the average person can and can't afford these days? There's no average person anymore. There is no average person anymore. What's average, man? The chart, the scale is so big now. Can you afford getting a new stomach? What would I need a new stomach for, John? There's nothing wrong with the one I've got. It works just fine. Look at the UK and Canada government. They're definitely not from this planet. Hey, there's proof right there in the pudding. You should eat corn on live. Well, you know what? That's the first thing I'm going to be eating. As soon as I get those teeth, first thing I'm doing is going to the store and I'm buying corn on the cob and I'm going to sit down and eat it. I'm gonna buy like 4 or 5 like good stalks, boil them up and cook them. I'm just gonna sit there with a pound of butter and just fuck them. I'm gonna take the top off the butter dish and just pound the corn into the butter. I spent $28,000 on mine. They are not cheap, I will tell you that. Aloha Kitty, nice name. Love the name, by the way. 28,000 bucks on your teeth. They're not cheap. Let me tell you. I'm not going to tell you what I spent on mine, but it wasn't 28,000. But if I wanted the full implant set, like the full mouthful, I was in excess of 35 grand, Canadian dollars. I was in excess of 35,000 bucks. You know what? I don't love corn that much. Why do Americans wear ball caps so much? I don't have a clue. I'm not an American. Ask the Americans. There's lots of them in here. There's 52 of you in the chat right now. There's 52, probably about 45 of you are Americans. I'm not arguing. I'm just debating. No, John, I got you, man. I get it. There's no argument here. I'm not arguing with you at all. We came to Earth for smokes. Well, I'd like to think that if you're coming to Earth, it's for something more worthwhile than a cigarette. But love the beard. Thanks, man. We're growing it out. We're growing it out this year for this year's charity beard shave. So I got to grow the beard out. Usually by this point, I've got like the full on, like the big, like Duck Dynasty beard. But I didn't go that route this year, but I am growing it out. It's coming in. June, we made the date. We may officialize the date yesterday. For the date of the charity, for the live charity that we're going to do. It is going to be on June 5th. That is the first Saturday of June. So that is the date. It is official. We made that decision yesterday. And so now we're going to start vamping it up, man. We're going to start vamping it up. Oh, rabbit hole, do better. Do better. Be a better man than that. Try harder. No denture implants or denture. They are. Like I said, you're in excess of 35,000 bucks. I don't love corn on the cob that much. Let me fucking tell you. I'm quite happy with the what I'm getting. I'm not just getting the basic simple dentures. I'm getting some of the, what do you want to call them, upgrades and shit like that to them. But still, it's enough to, it hits you in the pocketbook and it hurts. But, you know, at what cost? Do you want to walk around the rest of your life with no teeth, or do you want teeth? Do you want to walk around the rest of your life not eating corn on the cob, or do you want to fucking eat corn on the cob? I do, to be honest. You want to walk around with no teeth? Well, knock yourself out. I don't. I've had enough. It's been over a year. 300 for a full denture set in the UK. 300 what? 300 pounds? How the hell can you get that for $300? I can tell you right now, they're fucking using chiclets. Those aren't real teeth they're putting in your mouth. Or they're not putting like a molded tooth set in your mouth. They got some bubble gum and they're sticking chiclets in it and they're putting that in your mouth. Say teeth again. You're hilarious. Seriously, can anyone send me a few bucks for smokes? Seriously, this day and age, how can you ask for money? Nobody's got an extra dollar to spend these days. Corn is so overrated. I want teeth to eat steak. But Saphir, I can eat steak. I can eat anything. I've had no problem eating steak or chicken or any kind of meat or anything like that. I got no problem eating any of that. What I'm looking forward to is eating corn on the cob, and I want to be able to take a bite of an apple, right? I can still eat apples, but I got to cut them up, right? I like to take a bite of an apple is what I'm looking forward to. Yeah, my analytics does tell me. Funny enough, we were looking, me and my girl, we were looking at it last night, and the age demographic, believe it or not, for this channel is between 35 and 45. How, I don't know, because at this moment right now, the average age in here is probably 15 or 16. I don't have a clue. We had corn with dinner the other day, and I was explaining to my mom that corn is a fruit, and she wouldn't believe me. I don't know. I don't know if it was. I don't know if it's a fruit. I know it's a stalk. I don't know. If you're telling me corn's a fruit, I'll believe it. All I know that corn is delicious. It's yummy. You'll have no problem eating pussy, Brian. Well, there's some benefits to having no teeth and doing that. Let me tell you. Just saying. You know, dentures are different than dentures. Well, yeah. You know, if you can go get yourself like just a basic set, and they may work for you and they may be good, but then you can get, you know, you can upgrades and get certain other things that, and that's what I've opted to do. I'm not just getting a simple set of dentures with the 2 plates, and no, there's more to it than that. More to it than that. So, basically, I don't want to be replacing them every year or every couple of years. So. If it bears a seed, it is a fruit. Saphir, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Look at that. Look at that. Red Lady is in the house. Red Lady's in the house. Thank you. I guarantee you she's probably on her lunch right now. She's probably at work and she's on her lunch right now. Good to see you this morning, Red Lady. Card-carrying member of the channel. We appreciate that, and we appreciate the support. Thank you very much. Do you support India or Pakistan? I support anything that's going to stop people from killing each other. Stop fucking killing each other. There's no support for either of them. Corn kernels are the seed of a corn plant. The fruits are defined as a mature ovaries of a flowering plant that contains seed. Okay. I didn't really think we were going to go down that road. I didn't think it was that important. All I know about corn is it's yummy. And I know that, you know, you're going to eat it, and most of it's coming out the other end the next day anyway. The only thing of any use that your body needs off of corn is that fine film that's on the corn. The rest of it, your body just gets rid of. You guys know what I'm talking about because you eat it. Here, check this out. Can you see that? Look right there in front of us there. Look at him. He just popped up out of his hole. Gaming sector, what's going on? Hey, handsome gentleman. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Hey, why don't we ask him about COVID? See what he has to say. They're all over the fucking place out here. You can throw a stick. There's got to be over 100 holes in that field over there. BMW says, hey man, I'm back. I'll tell you what, BMW. Welcome back. Thank you for coming back. We appreciate that, man, more than you know. But on this channel here, when you leave and you come back, you have to write, I'm back, in all capital letters. When you come back in, BMW, I want you to kick in the fucking door. I'm back. Let me know you're back. Kick it open, man. Let us know. Hola, amigos. What's going on, Western Star? You are probably trucking, pulling that big old tank and doing well. Hopefully things are well with you, man. Thanks for popping in here. You were in earlier as well, but you didn't say I'm back. Okay, Frank, you weren't even here. It's always that last mouthful of coffee that is so good. I want to be a moderator. Well, I tell you what, Adil, you come back every single day, because we do this every morning. You come back every single day and you participate in the chat, you get active in the chat, and you help out in this and that, and then we'll think about it. I've got 5 moderators on this channel because, you know, you got to have more than one because you can't always, one moderator might be busy that day or whatever. So I've got 5, sometimes 6, and that's what we use to moderate this channel. I used to give everybody a wrench so that you guys could tap on each other's names and check out your channels, and that just got out of hand. You know, people fucking abusing and yelling and screaming, and next thing we got fights and this and that. So, no, this is the way we do it. I want to visit Canada. I hear the scenic train through the Rockies is cool. I've never done it remote viewer, but it is on my list of things that I am going to do. I am going to take that ride. It's not cheap. But from what I understand, it is well worth the dollars you're going to spend on it, man. I really want to take that ride. Just a little joke, no offense meant here. Did they invent the toothbrush in your hometown? Because if it was invented anywhere else, they'd call it a teeth brush. There you go. There's your shot. Cross the bow. I'll take that. I'll take that. All I'm trying to say is that knowing what's bad and how bad things are is equally important. You're right about what's bad. It's harder to find out how bad compared to other things. You know what? Basics. I agree with you. It is. Knowledge is power, and I believe that. You know, I believe that. But on the other hand, when you've got the knowledge, then you gain the power. How you use that power is what's the most important thing here. Elite Tricks. Nice name, like that one. That's cool. Yeah, Quinn, we're about to wind it down. I just took the last mouthful of coffee, and I've got an appointment at 1 o'clock, and it's about an hour's drive, so I've got to get this thing wrapped up. I got to go home, and unlike the rest of unlike all of you, but unlike a lot of you, I don't have a bathroom readily available to me here, so you know, I've got one of these in me and a glass of water, so I'm kind of bursting here. How old am I? I'm 55 years old. Thank you very much. I look great. I know. You don't need to tell me. I already know. Life don't last long. Better do it. Marty McFly, 100% agree. Live every day as if it's your last, baby, because one day you're going to be right. Do you use a toilet? Randy, what kind of question is that? Have you seen Boys on the Prime Video? If you haven't, it's a really good show. I have not. I am hooked on right now. I am hooked on this series called The Pit. My girl and I are both absolutely hooked on this fucking show. It's off the charts, fucking so real. It's a medical drama, but I don't know. It's just got us. So it's every day we come home from work, eat dinner in front of the TV, watching this goddamn show. You got a secret shitter name? I got just curious. No, I don't. You will be smiling soon with a new set of teeth. Make sure they shine so you can blind. That's funny because I had to go last week for another thing. They were doing the alignment test where they put them all in your mouth and then they got the little piece that sticks up and that scratches. It's an alignment test so they can align everything with your jaw. And they gave me the choice last week. I had to pick my teeth. Fucking go figure, eh? You get to pick your own teeth. So they give you the different shades, and they start out with white. Like we're talking white paper, fucking white, like blind you white. And then they go down. So, I think there were 6 different shades of teeth you can get. So I didn't go with the white, and I went with the third one down. It was like it was a natural color. Like everybody's teeth are that color. There's nobody walking around with sparkling, perfectly, white teeth these days. BMW, look into that show, man. It makes Grey's Anatomy look old. Should have gone with wooden teeth. Well, I ain't that old, Sonia. Not yet. I know you love some mashed potatoes. I do love mashed potatoes, but my favorite, I love baked potatoes. Give me a really good baked potato, and I'll dress it up myself. Lots of butter, sour cream, bacon bits, chopped onion, chopped red onion, and a little bit of cheddar cheese, and then put that motherfucker back in the oven and let that bake for another 2 or 3 minutes, and give me that. That's a baked potato, man. That's a baked potato. Didn't you say marriage is a farce, buddy? I'm getting married soon. I don't know what you're talking about. I never said that. I never said that at all. Who says vaping is safer than smoking? Well, I used to vape, right? I smoked cigarettes for years and years and years. And then I quit smoking cigarettes. And then when vaping came out, I started vaping. And then I ended up and I vaped very hard, really hard. And then I ended up with a lung infection, like a lung problem, spot lung in one of my lungs from the vape. So I gave up fucking smoking vape. What can you do, right? What can you do? 6 1/2 dozen. You're not gonna live forever, and you can't smoke. You can't smoke cigarettes. You can't smoke cigars. Now you can't vape. Fuck. You know what? I'm telling you right now. Like I said before, and I've said it a million times. There's a fucking million things on this planet that are gonna kill me long before a cigar does. Hello, good sir. Would you like a tire iron? I'm not in need of a tire iron right now, Natalie. Thank you very much for asking. If I do, I'll know who to call. Popcorn lung is, well, that's kind of where I went there, Tom. Right? That's kind of where I went. Cube steak. Nope, no cube steaks. You put a 12 or 14 ounce New York steak in front of me. You just give me a fork and a knife and get the fuck out of my way. I'll show you how to eat a steak. Come on in and come to England. I don't know. I want to come to England. Anyway, my time is limited. Like I said, I've got things I got to do. So I'm going to tell you what. I'm going to light one more. When this one's done, so is the live. The coffee's done. So when the smoke is done, the live is done, and I got to go get me some fittings for some teeth. Well, basics. That's not true. Okay, that's not true. And I had to believe me. It's not the nicotine. Yes, it's part of the flavors, the toxic flavors that do it to you. But it is the PG, not the VG. The polypropylene is what PG stands for. The polypropylene is what is the biggest factor that causes the popcorn lung. The VG is just vegetable oil. So if you are a vapor, okay, try to find your vape because you'll see on your vape, it'll say, 50-50 PG VG or 60-40 PG VG. Try to find a vape or a company that sells with high VG or 100%. There's a couple of them in Canada. I don't know about the US, but I do know that in Canada, there's a couple of companies where you can get 100% VG. So I do know that the polypropylene is a cause of popcorn lung. 80-20 for Chuck and Cloud's Vaping Brother. There you go. 80-20. Now, is it 80% VG and 20% PG? Or just smoke lavender? Fuck it, folks. Just smoke pot. Just smoke weed. Hello from Montana. Flatbed, damn good to see you from Montana. You coming up to see me? The border is only 3 hours right there. 3.5 hours. I can be down there in about 3.5 hours. And actually, I'm going down to I got to go to another place for the Dentures, but it's an hour south of here. So then I'll only be about 2.5 hours from you. So you want to pop up, man? I'll buy you lunch or I'll buy you an early dinner. There you go. Hell, man, I love weed. There you go. Corku, do I remember you? You're familiar. A name like that's hard to forget. I don't have a passport. Well, tell you what, dude. Get the passport. I'll buy you a dinner. I will buy you an Alberta steak dinner. Any size you want. They got them up here. They go right up to 24-ounce steaks. I'll buy you an Alberta beef dinner. I know basics. I know you're not arguing. I didn't say that you were a know-it-all by any means. I wasn't. I'm just saying because I knew, right? I knew the difference, and I did the research. I did the fucking thing, and blah 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 blah. But I do agree, the flavors are a cause. The chemicals that are in the flavors, you're inhaling that. It's going into your lungs. So yeah, but it is the polypropylene that is causing this the biggest majority of popcorn in the lung. It's the polypropylene. How are the strip clubs over here? They're fantastic. They are fantastic because you can sit in a strip club in Canada, okay, and you can drink a beer or have a shot, sit on Pervert's Row, and they are 100% naked. So the strip clubs up here are very good compared to what the Americans have to deal with. I think in a lot of states in the U.S., you can go into a strip club, right? You can go into a strip club, and if it's full nudity, you're not allowed to drink. There's no alcohol served. But if you want to drink, then the girls just go topless. Something like that. Up here in Canada, there's no limit. If you've got money and you want to drink and you want to throw money at strippers, this is the place, this is the country you want to be in to do it. Amir, you've seen me smoking a cigar. Yeah. Not a cigarette. Well, now you've seen me smoke both, but the cigarettes are on their way out too, so you won't see me smoking a cigarette much longer either. Pavlov's, Ontario. Oh, the best strippers in all of Canada are in Quebec. They just don't know the word no. Can I do this? Yes. Can I do this? Yes. Can I do this? Yes. They don't know how to say no. You go to Quebec, you go into Montreal, and you're going into any of the strip joints. You go into the big one in Montreal called the Cage. If you've got enough money in your pocket, the sky's the limit to what you can do there. They just don't know how to say no. Guy's pulling up with a horse trailer. Saw a video where a guy spent $43,000 on a company card at the strip club. That's not hard to do. You can do that. Take care, Brian. Me and the missus are calling it a day. Take care, brother. Thank you for all your work today. Appreciate you being here. And we're off for a couple of days after this, right? My girl's got her time off, and I plan to spend as much of it as I can with her. So we're going to be done for a couple of days at least on the lives. We've given you 5 or 6 in a row here. So my brain and my mouth need a break as well. How's my fellow Canadian east of me, Yukon Bub Adventures? We're doing all right, man. We're doing all right. Sitting here in Alberta, we watched the sun come up, had a couple of smokes, drank a coffee, and we've been talking a lot of bullshit, Yukon. You missed a lot of good bullshit. Should have been here earlier. The bullshit was flying. LOL, video Ville Quebec. Video Ville Quebec. Is he Canadian? I am Canadian. If he's in Yukon, he's Canadian. The strippers be letting you touch them like that? It all depends, Antoine. How much money you got? They say oui. Exactly. They don't say yes. They say oui. They go no and oui. And if you've got the stack of cash, they say oui to anything. Basics. I love guys like you. Keep coming back in here. I love guys like you. You're opinionated and you've got an opinion, and I value that. You've got something of value to say and you contribute, and I like that. And on top of that, you're fucking interesting, and I like that. So I got no problem debating anybody. I will agree with you if I agree with you, and if I don't agree with you, we can debate out a good debate and talk about anything in the world, man. Love having guys like you. Welcome. Keep coming back here. The dirty, dirty frogs. John, don't you know it, eh? Vive le Quebec. See what I've started here? Oh, the tall fasting queen. Try harder. Do better. Come on. Did I find out that I hear about Kanye being found unconscious? Could care fucking less. I could less. I'm AK, bro. Oh, you're Alaska. Okay, well, I still love you anyway. But smoking weed, get a job. I don't know what you're talking about. It's called popcorn lung. It was first absorbed in popcorn factory workers who were exposed to I can't even pronounce that word. The chemical used to sweeten vape flavors. DMT is special. Okay. You guys are just kicking it in the comments. And again, I appreciate your comments. Do me a favor. I'm going to head on out. Because I got to go to I got to have a wicked piss. I'm telling you, honestly, I got to have a piss. And like I said, I got to go, got something to do in about an hour or so. So I got to take off. But hit the like button on your way out. Do me a favor and do that for me. I needed 4 subscribers to get to 12,100 today when we started. It's funny, I was saying earlier, I started the day yesterday with 12,998. I needed 2 to get over a 100 mark. And then I turn around and at the end of the stream yesterday, I needed 4. I actually lost 2 subscribers. So today we started it, we needed 4. So hopefully I can get 4. Well, we're trying to get over 12,100 and then we're going to go for 12,200. You guys are doing a great job. I'm getting to know a lot of yous now. Most of yous keep coming back and you're coming in and I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Keep coming, man. If you guys like the bullshit and you like to talk and you like the debate and you like to just hang out and fucking and do whatever, and you like watching the sunrise, I got no problem with that. You guys all subbed. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. It's very gracious of you. I really do appreciate it. Thanks. The likes is what pushes the algorithm of the channel, which gets us out there and so more people will see it. So the likes I really do appreciate. We got 100 and we're showing 162. I'll take that, man. That's a fucking great job. Thank you very much. Right now I got 161. We just lost one. What can you do, eh? You can't please everybody all the time. New sub from Seattle, man. I'll be actually when I start trucking, I will be in your part of the country. I'll be running the US Northwest and the Canadian Western provinces. So there we go. I sub so we can BS. Well, I love the BS. I love the debates though. I love the debates. As long as we can keep it civil, I'll and just talk and realize everybody's got a right to their own opinion. I'm all for it, man. Jump on board. Thank you, Thomas. Appreciate that. Sonia, appreciate that. Pavlos, thanks, man. There you go, man. You guys, I'm out of here because I'm sitting here doing the fucking pee-pee dance. So with that, again, I'm not going to be live tomorrow. Tomorrow being Thursday, I'm going to probably take Thursday, Friday, and Saturday off from the lives. But make sure all of you that did sub, make sure you got your notifications on. When I go live on Sunday, you guys will get notified and you can come in and we can bullshit some more, all right? With that, man, I'll see you guys down the road. I'm out of here.